Good morning. Bonjour. Aya. I'm your host, Lisa Kahn, co-chair of French Heritage Society Chicago chapter and the director of French Heritage Corridor Initiative. I am thrilled to welcome all of you to our second annual conference and as part of our growing family of stakeholders in the Midwest. We're gathered from near and far. Some are joining us virtually from France and across the United States. Some have traveled long distances to be here today, and some wanted to be here and were not able to. They're indeed with us in spirit and in support, as the letters of greeting from Governor Holcomb and from Consul Honoraire in Indiana, Martin Bear, state so plainly. You'll find those in your handout materials. Kathy Vernon is here with us, representing Congressman Baird from Indiana, and Consul General Yannick Tagand is also here. Bienvenue, and I thank you all for making the time and for your genuine interest. We are so grateful to the Tippecanoe County Historical Association for providing this excellent venue and for their warm hospitality. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land on which we are gathered. Today, we are on or near the homelands of the Miami, Wea, Pinkeshaw, Kickapoo, Mascoutin, peoples of the Council of Three Fires, the Potawatomi, Ojibwe, and the Odawa, Peoria, Kaskaskia, Sauk, Meskwaki nations, and other indigenous peoples. These lands continue to carry the stories of these nations, their forced removal, and their struggles for survival and recognition. The French Heritage Corridor Initiative has a responsibility and seeks to establish and maintain mutually beneficial relationships by collaborating with relevant federally recognized tribes to co-create meaningful partnerships, products, and programming that engage and present a full narrative of our inextricably intertwined history. So it was 1 year ago that we held our first two-day conference in Prairie de Rocher, or Prairie de Rocher, Illinois. We're still working on that, and Sainte Geneviève, Missouri. We convened to explore the notion of forming a collective in the Midwest, to build a coalition of organizations and leaders from what was once La Nouvelle France. We explored how to reaffirm cultural and economic ties between the Midwest, France, and Quebec province for the 21st century and beyond, so that we could help assure the health of local Midwest communities by providing the groundwork for sustainable tourism and commerce. Now, although the Chicago chapter is just 3 years old, French Heritage Society has deep ties in the Midwest. In 1993, our founder, Princesse Marisol de la Tour d'Auvergne, heard the call made by the French Heritage Relief Committee, spearheaded by none other than our very own Charles Balézy, in response to the Mississippi River flood disaster, which threatened communities and national treasures in Missouri and in Illinois. Her support helped protect and preserve valuable sites in what is now a national park in Sainte Geneviève. Last year in Prairie de Rocher, Charles and I admonished the attendees not to wait until another catastrophe to mobilize. So mobilize we have. there was a universal and positive response by the attendees, a mandate, if you will, for the French Heritage Society to provide the platform from which the French Heritage Corridor Initiative could grow and thrive. It makes sense. French Heritage Society, which is proudly celebrating its 40th year of existence, is committed to raising funds for restoration of French heritage sites in France and in the United States, to providing internship opportunities and Franco-American exchange to ensure the next generation will transmit and safeguard the knowledge and love of French heritage. And FHS is committed to fostering Franco-American ties of friendship, l'amitié. The French Heritage Corridor is a direct initiative of the French Heritage Society Chicago chapter. In the same spirit that our founder demonstrated, we know that by forging strong ties of friendship, we can achieve great things and safeguard and promote French heritage for generations to come. By no means does a synergistic initiative such as this one threaten autonomy or uniqueness. As a network, the French Heritage Corridor simply but profoundly will provide strength and support to preserve, promote, and celebrate our shared treasures of French heritage in North America. Look what we have accomplished in just 1 year's time. We have assembled an advisory panel meeting on a quarterly basis, which includes the Consul General and Consuls Honoraires from the states of Iowa, Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, and Wisconsin. It includes the Délégation du Québec, Chicago. And recently, the director of the French American Chamber of Commerce has agreed to join. We have formed the French Heritage Corridor leadership team and meet on a monthly basis. Among our 13-member équipe extraordinaire are 7 ambassadors representing each of the 7 states which make up the FHC. Each ambassador has worked very hard to identify within their own home state French heritage sites and organizations. They've personally reached out to these potential stakeholders to invite them to join the FHC family. We've created a French Heritage Corridor webpage on the French Heritage Society website with an interactive map representing each stakeholder and a calendar of events for stakeholders and the public to easily access. Thanks to the support of 2 key people who attended the conference in Prairie du Rocher last year, Julie Kemper-Foyer and Jean-Charles Foyer, who are here with us today, a grant from William T. Kemper Foundation made our dream to launch this website a reality. In just 1 year's time, we have gone from the purely conceptual to a tangible, actualized network, which is making a real positive impact. This morning, we will get an update from our friends from Les Amis de Fort Deschart about the positive developments happening in Prairie du Rocher. We'll hear from our fabulous and dynamic ambassadors about how the French Heritage Corridor Initiative is taking root. We'll have the opportunity to all join in for a roundtable discussion to follow just before we officially launch and go live with the French Heritage Corridor webpage. Woohoo! We'll break for lunch, give you all time to explore the FHC interactive webpage, before our afternoon session, which will focus on French heritage throughout Indiana. Now, it is my honor to introduce our first speaker. Since beginning his new post as the Consul General for the Midwest in September, Yannick Tagan has opened his door in welcome, taking the time to get to know the diverse groups and individuals who make up his multi-state area in the Midwest. He has been a true supporter and champion of the FHC initiative, and I am so grateful for his enthusiasm and dynamic approach. Let's give Yannick a warm welcome.
Good morning to all. And thank you, Lisa, for your kind introduction. I'm genuinely happy to be here today with you. Genuinely happy because I heard a lot about your first conference that I missed. I wasn't in this role at that time. And all I heard like this. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you. And all I heard made me very eager to be part of the next one. So very happy to be here. Happy because I'm back in Lafayette 6 months after my my very first visit, and Lafayette and West Lafayette are the places where I discovered the very first tangible evidence of the French dimension of the history and of the identity of this region. I visited the Iacarian Preserve with Colby the very day of the yearly reenactment, and I was very impressed by the work done by Colby. I was very impressed by the commitment of the local community to this part of their identity. And I've been genuinely moved by the representatives of the native tribes I've met during this reenactment. Genuinely happy because last but not least, I became quite quickly a strong promoter of all activities related to the French heritage in the Midwest, and in particular, the French corridor. Work better like this? I'm sorry. Okay. And I have to confess, Lisa, that your enthusiasm is quite contagious. So from Minneapolis and Kansas City to Detroit and St. Louis, I had the chance, while trying to tour the jurisdiction of the consulate, to visit quite a few places with deep and very tangible French roots, and to meet with a lot of stakeholders involved in the preservation and the promotion of French heritage. And I'm very happy today to reconnect with familiar faces. I got to know all over the jurisdiction of the consulate. Tandy in St. Louis, I've met her yesterday. Yes, she's there. Greg from Minneapolis, Elizabeth. I haven't met you in Detroit, but I met your partner in crime. So thank you very much to be here. So I became very eager to know more about this joint history hidden behind place names, sometimes pronounced in a very American way, and which is not known to the general public. It's interestingly, this part of the French colonial history is not at all taught in the French curricula, and it's quite quickly broached here, I think in the 7th grade, and I have to confess that I learned a lot while helping my daughter to prepare her test at the lycée in Chicago. So it became very clear to me how relevant it is to gather as widely as possible all those interested in the French identity of the Midwest, and to make this heritage more visible, and how crucial it is to build a common endeavor which is filled with the inputs of everyone and which is supported by all. Because making this heritage more visible will allow us to turn into a massive asset to make thrive the French identity of the region. It can be, for example, educational material for all the French dual language schools we have here in the Midwest. All over the US, these schools are hosting 30,000 students as of now, and there are quite many in the Midwest. And our aim is for them to host 50,000 students during the next 5 years. This heritage can be material for higher education programs as well, from archaeology to hospitality business. We launched yesterday an interesting conversation at Purdue University with Colby in this regard, and I hope that when the time is ripe, we can make genuine headway. This heritage can be as well a base for enriching the development strategy of the states involved. And I've been engaging with quite a couple of agencies responsible for this economic development. And I sensed a lot of interest from their side. So today I'm pretty confident that this conference will accelerate the momentum with the launch of this interactive map that I'm quite looking forward to seeing. And I think it will be an invaluable asset to achieve all the broader objectives of the French Heritage Corridor. So I thank you very much for all the time you dedicate to this wonderful initiative. If you give me a couple of more minutes, I've been quite long, I have something else to tell you, a message that I was asked to read to you here by the French ambassador to the US. Philippe Etienne. Okay, extra loud. So this is a message from the French ambassador to the US, who is as well a genuine supporter of this initiative. He visited Vietnam as well, and so when we discussed this event today, he asked me to read you a message from him. So, quotes: "Dear friends, I wish I could make it to Lafayette and be with you for the second conference of the French Heritage Corridor. I would have loved to attend your discussions on the ways to journey and to connect throughout the French Heritage Corridor, to discover new pieces of this shared heritage through the presentations of the corridor's ambassadors in the different states involved in this project, and to explore new partnerships with all the participants, and at the end of the conference, to pay a new visit to Fort Vietnam, the first fortified French settlement in what would become Indiana. I visited it with Colby, the director of the preserve, a year ago in May 2021. It was a thrilling visit, which left an indelible mark on me." Colby seemed to be successful with a visit at Vietnam. "Even if I could not come today to this lovely city of Lafayette, whose mere name is quite telling about the relationships between France and the Midwest, I was eager through this message to lend my full support to your initiative. I want to thank all the representatives of the associations involved in this project for preserving and keeping alive traditions inherited from France, and highlight, amongst other, our modest contribution to America's melting pot. The initiative, which gathers all of you today, which aims at connecting all these associations, goes beyond this. The French Heritage Corridor is a wonderful opportunity to forge people-to-people connection, cultural and educational exchanges, partnerships in science and higher education to develop archaeology and research, and expanded prospects for business, paving the way for the fostering of both local development and tourism. In a nutshell, this initiative can turn our joint heritage in an amazing asset to educate people and future generations about our joint values. These are the reasons why you can count on my willingness, as well as the resolve of the consulate in Chicago, to partner with you all in this endeavor to make the French Heritage Corridor thrive. I'd like to thank from the bottom of my heart the Chicago chapter of the French Heritage Society and all of you who are committed to the development of this initiative. You are amazing partners and incredible assets for the French culture and the Francophonie. You can count on me and on the consulate in Chicago to encourage all the relevant stakeholders to be part of this initiative and to promote it to any possible supporter to make it a broad success. We recall the French roots of Quebec and Louisiana, but we often forget the Midwest. Yet it was during the 18th century a major link between Louisiana and Quebec, with a significant French presence established along the huge rivers which run through the region. Let's change that together to our mutual benefit and to the benefit of all French-speaking culture. I wish you all the best of success for your annual conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing the outcomes of your discussions and to working with you.
Many thanks, Yannick. And many thanks to Ambassador Etienne. That was a very important message, and we feel that support. And we're going to make sure that we keep those promises to one another. Now I would like to introduce a speaker joining us virtually. I'm sorry to say that Carol Kuntz, who is on your agenda, is not feeling well, and I send her all my best for a speedy recovery, and that you are missed. Her colleague, the president of Les Amis de Fort Deschart, Jennifer Dunsing, will be joining us to give us an update on all of the exciting developments that are happening in Prairie du Rocher. Last year, we selected Prairie du Rocher as our first place to have a conference and to call attention to an area and the Fort Deschart, which French Heritage Society Chicago was supporting that with a grant to help restore their land gate. This is one of our initiatives that you'll see in your handouts. Beautiful picture of the land gate. And there's a lot of potential there. There's a lot of history, and there's a lot of passion and knowledge in this small community that was just a perfect example of why don't people in other parts of Illinois know about this? Why do I live in Chicago and not know about this? Only through French Heritage Society and our efforts to go and travel and try to learn more about French heritage in the Midwest did I even discover that this has existed now for 300 years. This is the year they're celebrating their 300-year anniversary. And so last year, we wanted to spotlight this community and help amplify all of the wonderful things that they're trying to do and that they need partnership on, but also to highlight that, everything isn't rosy all of the time. We have challenges, whether it's a pandemic that has made it impossible to have the fundraisers and the gatherings that were hoped for and planned and counted on, or other challenges that could be, archaic levee system, all kinds of things. So as we gather together in this network, we are stronger for it. And there have been a lot of exciting developments just in this year's time, partly because of coming together. So I am thrilled to introduce Jennifer and allow her to share with us all of these kinds of exciting news and possibly challenges that are happening in her neck of the woods.
Okay, can you hear me?
We hear you great.
Okay. Good morning. Yes, sorry I couldn't make it in person, but I do want to say that we do wholeheartedly appreciate being able to host the event last year, as well as Lisa mentioned all of the relationships and assistance that we've received through this collaboration of people. We couldn't do what we do without that. As I've explained to Lisa in the past, Prairie du Rocher is a 300-year-old French heritage village with such unique history and the development of the French government here, but we are also so far removed from everything. So we absolutely couldn't do what we're able to accomplish without the society, the French Historical Society, and all the partnerships that brings along and all the efforts. So I do want to wholeheartedly tell everybody thank you for allowing us to be a partner and also to partner with us to allow us to accomplish things that we can. I do have some updates for Prairie to Roacher. As Lisa mentioned, it is our 300th birthday, and we have lots of celebrations throughout the year. We're having a large birthday party July 9th through 10th, where we're having a large celebration, tours of the historic sites, and all different kinds of things we have planned throughout the year to celebrate our French heritage. An update on the legislation for Prairie to Roacher become a national park. I know we announced that last year. I have the update that the legislation for the Prairie to Roacher French Colonial District is being written by Senator Tammy Duckworth's office, and plans are for both Senator Durbin and Senator Duckworth to introduce legislations just prior to Prairie to Roacher's 300 celebration, and also that Congressman Boss will introduce similar legislation to the House. So we've had a lot of accomplishments there throughout the year. One of the important things, small but important things that we took from last year's conference is that in our little village, we don't have Wi-Fi access. And that was brought to our attention through some of our out-of-state visitors last year. So we talked about that at the conference, and we happened to have some of the right people in the room. And I wanted to announce that they are in the process currently of installing the fiber and Wi-Fi for setup for Fort Deschart and also throughout the village of Prairie to Roacher. So when we do bring in the tourism, people can upload the websites, hopefully the French corridor website, and see what there is all to visit. So that was just a very small thing that we never thought about, but it was brought to our attention and came out of that conference. That was a fantastic thing. And just from a beautification perspective, the village of Prairie to Roacher is working on some drainage and road improvements. Our tourism committee is working on some new signs, some new welcome signs, and they're also working on a depictive historic timeline to be placed at the Bricky lot depicting the local 300 years of history. So all kinds of things happening and being supported to celebrate our history as well as to continue that. And I wanted to read, Carol sent me her report from Lazymead to Fort Deschart, so I'll read that to you. In October of last year, Lazymead to Fort Deschart, as a support organization for Fort Deschart Historic Site, reported to the French Heritage Society that our organization has reached its 100,000 goal in our 2021 $100,000 Fort Deschart Capital Project campaign. We wanted to notify the French Heritage Society and the Kemper Foundation, both campaign donors to a previously awarded grant, that our campaign goal was reached with a significant $60,000 donation from the Randolph County Commissioners. This donation check was presented during the special opening ceremony of the 51st Annual Fort Deschart Rendezvous on September 11th, 2021. This donation was made from funds available to Randolph County from the recent Corona State and local fiscal recovery funds. These funds will enable the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, the Fort's oversight agency, to allow repairs to be made to the Fort Deschart Landgate area. We are finalizing the last of the agency's paperwork, and we look forward to the schedule soon. And I have a little update for that. I actually received the scope of work, and I am in the process of signing that and getting that back. So we actually should see some work begin on that project starting this summer. Excellent. We appreciate all the support we've received from our capital project campaign donors. Lazymead to Fort Deschart again expresses our gratitude to the French Historical Society and the Kemper Foundation for their efforts in supporting our organization and its endeavors to safeguard our region's history. We acknowledge the positive impact of the many initiatives of the French Historic Heritage Society, from our annual FHS conferences to the creation of the French Heritage Corridor. Their willingness to showcase French historic sites and communities like Fort Deschart and Prairie Roacher has brought significant positive attention to our region and its important history, a history that is vital to the narrative of the region, state, and continent. The following serves as an example of the connections and the benefits that can arise from the Society's involvement on our area and related positive results. At last year's FHS conference held in Prairie to Roacher, Kina Shapley, president of Les Amis St. Louis, approached me about advocating for possible funding opportunities for the Fort Deschart Heritage Garden project, of which I am the curator, Carol. Late winter, Kina reached out with a grant opportunity from the Leduc Garden Club, a garden club of which she's a member. She sent a grant application along with her encouragement, and a grant proposal was submitted to the club and ultimately awarded for much needed funds, proposed garden projects needed in the garden at Fort Deschart. I thank Kina publicly for her advocacy and support of the Fort's garden and its mission to share the history of Fort Deschart and the area through its foodways. That simple connection illustrates how FHS support to the area is building bridges from both sides of the Mississippi River, making French heritage related connections to the other sites and organizations, creating benefits that ripple outward to the surrounding region. Again, we sincerely thank French Heritage Society's Chicago chapter, especially chapter co-chairs, Lisa Kahn and Pascal Kitchler, for their commitment to our shared history and the positive results that are achieved through their and the society's efforts. Back to Carol.
That's very nice. Thank you so much, Jennifer. And excuse me. And I too would like to highlight that, you know, it's a simple gesture that Carol alluded to, where somebody, is it on? Somebody who saw a need, whether it was something large like no Wi-Fi. And I can tell you, setting up for the conference last year, we had to get creative, and that's what's so incredible. I mean, the can-do spirit that I find wherever I go in this 7-state corridor is incredible. So that we figured it out, but it was a hurdle that probably shouldn't have to happen. And because that came out at the conference, as Jennifer has pointed out, all the better for it. You know, the entire community and the very important site of Fort Deschart, which my understanding was the westernmost frontier in 1763, when the French finally were beaten in the French and Indian War. But this was a significant place, and it's a state park, and there's no Wi-Fi. So these kinds of things that are changing are so important. And this very kind gesture of reaching across the state lines, because we are connected. We're connected in history. We're connected as a group. That I too would like to acknowledge Kina Shapley and Les Amis from St. Louis and their really genuine act of friendship. That's what it's all about. And we're finding that even at our leadership team meetings each month, I see this sort of thing happening every month in many different guises, that people are able to help one another because we're getting together and we're meeting regularly, we have the contact, and it's just getting better and better. So Jennifer, thank you for taking time out today, because I know that for you, you've got something exciting happening. Do you want to share with the group what you're about to go to and what you all are up to right now?
Well, I have a heritage farm, and Carol is the garden curator at Fort Deschart. So we have a very large plant sale this weekend. So yeah, as soon as we break for lunch, I got to get back outside and start pulling some more weeds for all the people that are going to come.
Yeah, and I can also attest that the gardens are incredible at Fort Deschart. What Carol creates with all of her assistants is nothing short of a living history museum of potager. And, you know, French heritage comes in many different ways, many different guises. Sometimes it's not bricks and mortar. So this is something that these women keep alive. And it is a wonderful testament to French heritage and we have planted some of your beautiful heirloom seeds, and I enjoy that so much to have a touch of that with me in Chicago. So I encourage everybody to make this, put this on your radar. Go see them, go visit, go bring your you get better. And did I die out? Okay. And Jennifer, let's stay in touch. You keep us up to date on all of these developments with our senators and congressmen. And what's really significant about that is that's another bridge reaching across the aisle. We have both Republicans and Democratic support for this effort. So this is another great example of ways that we can find commonality. That's what it's all about. So thanks again. And it's great to see your face. I wasn't sure if we would see you in your 18th century attire or your 21st century attire.
Oh yeah, you're getting garden gear today. So
yeah. Well, you make that look elegant as well. So,
thanks.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Merci, Jennifer. Merci, Carol. Okay. Well, at this point, I would like to introduce the ambassador to Michigan, Michael Nassani, who will be your moderator for the next portion of today's presentations, where our ambassadors will share with you some special things about each of their states and once again help to have you better understand how this French Heritage Corridor initiative can be impactful. And each of them has a unique story. And I hope that you'll enjoy hearing from them and know how much I appreciate each and every one of you on this leadership team, and certainly our ambassadors. Without them, this would not exist. So I want to turn the floor and the spotlight to Michael and the team and have you have a chance to really get to know them, because they are your direct contact for each of our 7 states. So Michael, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Can you hear me okay? Great. Well, I'm going to be brief. Just by way of reiterating some of what Lisa said, we're going to take the next hour and a half or so to engage you in a discussion. But first, we're going to present each of the ambassadors. They're going to say a little bit about the partners, the collaboration, the resources, the programming, and so forth that takes place in their state that's related to our collective French heritage. So we can highlight that. And the idea is that we can learn from each other to see what's working, to see what the challenges are and so forth, and see what new frontiers exist in the areas of exploring French heritage. So we've asked each of the 6 ambassadors, we're going to hear a lot more about Indiana later today. So the other 6 ambassadors to take about, just 10 minutes, if you will, to essentially do just that, introduce you to French heritage in their state. So I think we're somewhat alphabetical, and we're going to start with Cécile Miller-Boucher, and she is up first, and she's going to talk about uplifting French heritage in Iowa. Cécile?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need the microphone to be switched out or enabled.
Okay, how's that?
There you go.
Okay, all right, terrific. So I just was recruited as the Iowa ambassador. I've always wanted to be an ambassador. I'm just saying that right now. About 6 months ago, when I returned to my home state after traveling abroad and living in France. And so I feel it's so important to uplift our French heritage in Iowa and the heartland. There is a site called the Icarian Colony, which is located in far southwest Iowa near Missouri, that has taken root over the past years since the 1980s. But we're still just at the beginning of the process of utilizing all of the wonderful network availabilities and the resources of the French Heritage Society and the corridor here and the Chicago group. So we're still taking root. The French Icarian Village, the Icarians were a French utopian communal society that formed in the mid-1800s, motivated by a book called Voyage en Icarie, The Travels in Icaria, that was published by an activist named Etienne Cabet, and it was wildly popular among the working class folks in France at the time. So the goals of this utopian society were, of course, liberty, equality, and fraternity. There was no religion involved, which was unusual for these utopian societies that were formed in Europe and came to the US and a lot in the Midwest at that period. So they arrived in New Orleans in 1848, and then they moved up through St. Louis and finally settled near Corning, Iowa in Adams County. So a century later, so they dissolved in 1895. So it was a very short-lived community, but a lot of their buildings have remained, and a lot of the descendants got together in the 1980s to preserve and promote the site. So I feel that the community had kind of been quiet since then. So part of my role, I feel, as the ambassador, is to connect with them, thanks to the French, the folks that I've met through the community here. And Sylvette Nicolini first connected me to the Icarian Colony website. Then she introduced me to the honorary French consul in Des Moines, who connected me to the people who are still involved with the site, which had gone very quiet during COVID. So it was kind of a long process to get in touch with them. But next week, I'm going to go visit, and I'm very excited to bring the different ideas that I'm learning from all of the different members, the other ambassadors who have much more established projects, to the French Icarian Society in Iowa. And so I also have reached out to the Iowa tourism folks, because they have the Icarian Society on their website. So they're another important partner. And I met with the media rep there, and she gave me more leads on French heritage sites in Iowa. So which is Dubuque. So that's another big area for us along the Mississippi. And so I'm in touch with the Mississippi River Museum, which is a Smithsonian affiliated museum, and also with the Dubuque History Society about the mines of Spain, which were important sites of early French activity for lead mining. And that's where Julien Dubuque was actually living and where his grave site is. So we're working together to see if we can establish a partnership with them as well. And also, I've been in touch with the State of Iowa Archaeological Society, and I believe one of our members, one of the research director, is attending today, Cindy Peterson, and they have done some work on documenting a trail called the Chemin des Voyageurs, which is where the French trappers would travel from the Mississippi River across the state to the Missouri River and with their furs in the trading routes, which brings me to a final connection that I'm planning to make, which is a Native American site in far northwest Iowa, and it's called Blood Run National Historic Landmark. And that was the end of the trail for the fur trappers, but also a very vital Native American town at the time. So I feel like in Iowa, we have the seeds, we have the roots with the French Icarian Colony. We are going to be, I feel my role is to connect the colony with the different resources that they can take advantage of through our association. So it's definitely, I think next year, I hope to report that things have revitalized there thanks to the different connections and the impact that this French Heritage Corridor is making on the different organizations. We're just starting out, but there's a good future, I think. So thanks to everyone, and I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Seal. Let me next introduce Jim Paul. Jim's going to talk about French heritage in Illinois.
Merci beaucoup, Michael. Bonjour, mon ami. I'm wearing a costume that George Letourneau, a very famous French Canadian in our area of Illinois, Bourbon, would have possibly worn. This is his badge, Union Forever, 1860. He was on the same Republican ballot at the bottom, running for coroner, county coroner, that Abraham Lincoln was running for at the top. They both won. Anyway, I have a couple of slides for you to see. You can see George Letourneau on the upper left. He was not only the first mayor of Bourbon, but Kankakee in 1891, 1875 for Bourbon. That's his home in 1883 sketch in the Atlas of Kankakee County. A fleur-de-lis in front of the home there. You can see our historical society was started in 1975, and I'm happy to say that we have one of the first presidents of the society, Ken Ponton, right here with his wife, Judy. Joshua Savoy is here, one of our board members. Of course, Charles Belize, another board member, and Val Schuler, another a very active member. We have several people from the Kankakee County Historical Society online, Veronica Featherston and Diana Crowley and others that I might not know of. So anyway, we welcome you. In the 1830s and 40s and 50s, the French Canadians came to northeastern Illinois and they wondered, you know, is Illinois and Bourbonnais? They knew about Bourbonnais, but Illinois, what is Illinois? So next slide, please, Benjamin. There we are, the French Canadian Heritage Corridor. So by the 1850s, there were over 1,000 French Canadian families in that corridor. And we've marked the corridor along Interstate 57. And in the upper right, you can see the brown sign, the white letters, a little collage there. The grand opening. Kate Clunan was the Illinois state representative that initiated the signs. You can see Eric Farmer, Quebec delegate to the Midwest there at the grand opening. Charles is there. We had a big event that day. There's the Letourneau home again. You know, another photo of that with the tulips. But you can see where we are in the midst of all the other historic sites in Illinois. And then the last slide, please, Benjamin. You can see that everything started, I think, I call this the catalyst. That first conference I went to last May, Charles asked me if I was willing to go down there Prairie du Rocher, I'll say Rocher. Anyway, I said, no, it's still the pandemic. I haven't gone anywhere in 2 years. My sister and brother-in-law were going to have their 50th wedding anniversary in Evansville. A few weeks later, I thought, well, I've got to test this out. So I said yes, and oh my gosh, my life changed. I went down there and I, of course, met Sylvette at the registration table and Lisa. And well, then of course, some people were in costume. You can see the back of Carol Kuntz and Jennifer Dunzing there. And then, of course, Charles awarded them a plaque, award a t-shirt for their work in the 1993 Mississippi flood preservation effort. It all began, and I'd like to just mention, and I still have like 6 minutes left, don't I? So I'm going to mention the 10 benefits I think that I have experienced or the Bourbonnais Grove Historical Society has benefited in becoming part of the French Heritage Corridor. One, I stayed there, went to the convention. I stayed at the Hotel Ottoman in St. Genevieve, just across the river. Oh, it was nice to be back there. I just love that area. And then, of course, I met Sylvette and Lisa, and then I met Jennifer and Carol and got involved with all the reminiscing of the preservation work they had done. And then after the conference was over, I wrote a newspaper article for our local newspaper, and I have a monthly news e-letter that I publish, and I'll be glad to send any of you that if you give me your email address. I then decided, well, I'm going to help out on the platform for this French Heritage Corridor. And so I began actively working on an interactive map and a calendar of events. And with the team leadership that we have, we got that done. Well, it's never done, but we have initiated it to the point where we can go and run with it. And the Bourbonnais Grove Historical Society has expanded from its provincial northeastern Illinois presence that you saw on the map to a state presence, to a national presence, to a global presence because of the French Heritage Society. And the leadership team, I can't say how much I've learned from all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And well, the catalyst in becoming involved in all this, the French Heritage Society awarded a $16,000 grant for our restoration of Bourbonnais Grove's first log schoolhouse. If you can go back to that last slide, Benjamin, I wanted to point that out. This is, you see the log schoolhouse, the drawing, 1837 to 1848. The original, oh, I better stay here. The original builders were Quakers. You see the covered wagon, Thomas and Margaret Durham, who lived near the log schoolhouse, just not too far down, well, outside of Bourbonnais Grove, the settlement. Noel and Ruth Levasseur, you see them in the middle. They were the French Canadians that were behind the building of the log schoolhouse, and the Methodist circuit riders. They were all three involved very ecumenically, and they were all radical Republicans. I've learned this multicultural research and investigation, and they probably, we can't prove it because the records aren't there, they probably offered stations on the Underground Railroad once the Fugitive Slave Act was enacted in 1850. So Michael was very good for me, and he, as the editor of Le Journal in the Center for French Canadian Studies, had me write an article, which he edited with me, and we did a real good job on the history of Bourbonnais Grove's first log schoolhouse, the French Connection. We're hoping the restoration will be done by June 25th. That's our tentative date for the restoration. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of the support you've given us. And we have an Illinois table in the other room with lots of brochures and other announcements. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. I'm up next, and I have a PowerPoint, and I'm going to try to prompt the tech folk to move me through the PowerPoint, and I'll I'll set my clock once it comes up so I can be held to the same 10 minutes that everybody else was. Okay, I will. Well, thanks. So before I got involved as an ambassador, as a professor of anthropology at Western Michigan University, I had the opportunity to investigate an 18th century French trading post in Niles, Michigan. And I've been working on that project for a very long time. And in doing that work, I've had the chance to reach out to other groups within the state who share an interest. So I'm going to give you a thumbs up when we can move the slides forward, okay? And here are my talking points for today. Let me give you a brief history of the French in Michigan. Let me talk a little bit about these French Heritage Corridor partners that I've been able to solicit, and they're folks that we've been also working with previously. And I want to talk about how the corridor, I think, is going to allow us to build on existing networks. So here's a map of Michigan, and it shows a number of early French settlements. Of course, the motivations for the French to come into the area in the 17th century were political, to essentially try to control, or at least try to control a territory, or at least stop the English from controlling that territory. It was, of course, religious, to proselytize native peoples, and there was an economic dimension as well, the fur trade. That fur trade was also political insofar as the trade was the glue that maintained the alliances between the French and native peoples. They're also, frankly, looking for a westward passage, the Northwest Passage. So it was sort of by happenstance that they found their ways into the Great Lake region. Well, once they were there, this is some of the activities that they engaged in. There are three main areas of French activity in the 17th century, namely at the Straits of Mackinac. You can get the next point here. As early as the 1660s, and then in Southwest Michigan with LaSalle, and then later Fort St. Joseph, and then later in Southeast Michigan at Detroit or Detroit around 1701. So what is that legacy today? Well, there are place names. I mean, Detroit is just one of many, many. Grosse Pointe and Marquette, Michigan, and lots of them. Family names, right? Back in the day when there were phone books, probably some of you remember that. If you picked up a phone book, you would just see it chock full of French names. And these are people who, descended from generations ago. They may not celebrate their French heritage, but the names are there. Material traces, right? I'm an archaeologist, so I see everything through an archaeological lens, right? The markings on the landscape in the form of long lots and cellar foundations and upright vertical posts stuck in the ground and trash deposits filled with faience and so forth, right? And there is an ongoing commemoration of that heritage. And a number of the partners that I'll allude to are actively involved in maintaining that heritage through their commemoration. So here's some of the partners. Fort Michilimackinac and Mackinac State Parks, right? So Fort Michilimackinac, and I can't go into much detail on any of these, is a state park, and it's the site of the longest continuous archaeological investigations in North America, over 60 years now. It's mostly reconstructed, and it's really the jewel in the crown of historic preservation in the state of Michigan. They, of course, have a significant British presence there. I won't say that too loudly, but of course, the French founded the place, and it was very important to the French. In the southwest corner of the state, there's the Southwest Michigan Archaeological Project that I've been involved in, a partnership between the city of Niles and Western Michigan University. And this is a multifaceted, community-based research project that engages the public and has developed relationships and collaborations among various community groups. And without them, we wouldn't be able to do the work. The Alliance Française, the Kalamazoo, we have representatives from that group here today. They have been supportive of the work. The Joseph Pizer Endowment for the Study of New France actual real dollars that some of you who study New France can apply for at Western Michigan University to get real dollars to engage in travel, to visit the Mackinac archival documents and so forth related to the 17th century and 18th centuries. And I can talk more to you about that, among others. So, and then in Southeast Michigan, right? And again, I'm not naming all the groups here, but certainly central among them is the French Canadian Heritage Society of Michigan. I noticed a couple of their members were zooming in today. The Monroe County Historical Museum and Commission, the River Raisin National Battlefield Park. So there is a national park that's recently established in Southeast Michigan as well that has interest in the French presence, among others. And we're sort of building this list of our partners. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the connections that have taken place already between these groups. And I have to say that much of this happened even before I became an ambassador. And I think the corridor is a very real opportunity to expand, build on, and extend the reach of these connections in very positive ways. So let's start with a place like Fort Michilimackinac, for example. So the fort there interprets the lives of French fur traders and their families in the 18th century. In 1976, at their peak, you remember that was the bicentennial, tremendous interest in this sort of thing. Over 100,000 people visited that site. Not too shabby, right? It's declined, but nevertheless, they have since reconstructed a building that's just devoted to French fur traders and interpreting their lives and so forth. They hosted the Center for French Colonial Studies conference just in 2019. Okay, so that's one way that they partner with other French groups. They regularly employ student archaeologists that I've trained at Fort St. Joseph in their annual field projects. So we're the sort of the pool for them to find archaeologists to do the work that they do. Their director, the director of archaeology, Lynn Evans, there has contributed to the Summer Archaeology Speaker Series at Fort St. Joseph, and has also contributed to Le Journal, that little publication that Jim Paul held up and so forth. The Fort St. Joseph Archaeological Project, and here's some of the connections here. Our goal, again, is to investigate, interpret the lives of the French at Fort St. Joseph through the lens of colonialism and the fur trade. Again, this community-based project, to be sure. Among other things, we host an annual open house. Now, certainly not at the scale of the Feast of the Hunter's Moon, but nevertheless, we've sort of taken our cue from that event. It started very small. It's typically a weekend in early August. We've been doing it now for about 20 years. We estimate that we've brought in over 30,000 people over the last 20 years to essentially look at rocks in a hole in the ground that we say are the foundations of a fort. You know, I say that, you know, sort of facetiously, if you will. It's amazing what the archaeology can do, right? Because this is the authentic place, right? These are the objects. This is where people stood. This is where they embroidered beads and so on. And people want to see that. They want to engage with it. They want to learn about the process and so forth. So that's been very, very successful for us. Typically a weekend in August when we invite people in to not only see that, but engage with living history reenactors and so on. Thank you. We've hosted the Center for French Colonial Studies Conference in 2010. We support Canadian Studies activities at Western Michigan University. So there's a Canadian Studies minor at Western Michigan University. We've worked with them in developing exhibits and training students and so on. As the principal investigator of the project, I also happen to be the editor of Le Journal. I've been doing that for over 10 years. So what I do is I'm able to channel, right, pieces that all of you might be interested in writing about French heritage into that publication. So it gets a wider dissemination. Of course, I always feature material about Fort St. Joseph, but we're welcome to any aspects It's not just confined to the colonial period, any aspects of French colonial life. And I also, we're almost running out of time here, have presented in the French Canadian Heritage Society, their annual lecture series, as well as in the Alliance de Kalamazoo, the Francais de Kalamazoo's lecture series as well. And I have one more quick slide after I say that the Joseph L. Pizer Endowment has supported our research, so we're able to draw on that as well. Then in Southeast Michigan, let me close by saying the French Canadian Heritage Society holds a regular speaker series. And they invite participants from throughout Michigan to talk in their speaker series. Lynn Evans, my colleagues in the history department at Western and so forth. That organization also publishes Habitant Heritage, which I had at my fingertips and I was going to wave up. Tremendous amount of information there that's published on a regular basis, very professional. And they also provide financial support for the Fort St. Joseph Archaeological Project. They've supported the Center for French Colonial Studies conferences. They provide speakers for that speaker series. And currently discussions are underway to host the Center for French Colonials conference in 2023, perhaps at the Center for French Colonial Studies and the let's see, I'm blanking on this here. My new partners at the River Raisin National Battlefield Park. And that might be my last slide. So a lot was going on before, and I think the corridor now is a chance to highlight that even further, build on it, as I said, and expand yet again. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So Rob Mann is going to talk about some of the French heritage work that's happening in Michigan, Minnesota, sorry. Land of how many thousand lakes? Well, at least 10,000. Okay, so appropriate, his title, The Waterscapes of French Heritage in Minnesota.
And Charles has asked me to use my professor voice today, so hopefully everybody can hear me okay. All right, great. Oh, great. And so how do I advance the PowerPoint? Just a thumbs up. Perfect. Great. Well, so I am happy to be here. I am back home again in Indiana. I'm a Hoosier, and I actually began my career as an archaeologist along with Kobe right here at Wiatnon a long time ago, 1986. But currently I'm in Minnesota, and so I am here representing Minnesota today. But I have to acknowledge my Hoosier roots and this place in particular in my career path. So the title of my presentation, as Michael said, is The Waterscapes of French Heritage in Minnesota. And so I'm taking a slightly different perspective, but because time is short and it's impossible to comprehensively cover French heritage in Minnesota, my goal in this presentation is to draw out some of the foundational linkages between what I refer to as waterscapes, indigenous people, and Francophone people in the formation of French heritage in Minnesota. And I think that those three ingredients are really, really important. In order to understand how and why the French were in Minnesota, you have to understand the waterscapes of Minnesota. You have to understand the indigenous people of Minnesota. And so that's what I'm going to try to do and draw out some of these linkages and talk about. I'm going to bounce around the state a little bit and talk about some of the places where this foundation was laid for French heritage in Minnesota and some of the events that go on there today. So next slide, please. So as Michael suggested, Minnesota is the land of 10,000 lakes. Actually, it's a place defined by water, and state cartographers have identified over 28,000 different lakes, ponds, and wetlands across the Gopher State. We also have over 34,000 miles of rivers and streams in Minnesota, And importantly, we have 189 miles of shoreline along Lake Superior as well. We truly are a place defined by water. Next slide, please. Minnesota is and has always been a native place as well. And so I want to emphasize that for just a moment. There are currently 11 sovereign tribal nations in Minnesota. And as you can see on the map here, Anishinaabe peoples are mostly to the north in the state, and Dakota peoples mostly to the south and to the southwest in the state as well. Next slide, please. So in the past, indigenous peoples, including the Dakota, the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, and their ancestors, created a vast network of trails, water trails, canoe trails, linked, I think importantly, by these carrying places or portages. When the French arrived, beginning in the 17th century, as early as 1659, they had to learn to navigate quite literally these natural and cultural nuances of this vast waterscape, which was the key then to the establishment of a permanent French presence in Minnesota. Next slide, please. So we see that at places across Minnesota, the beginnings of French heritage in Minnesota, at these places defined by Native people's presence and water. One of these places is Grand Portage on Lake Superior. Today, Grand Portage is a National Historic Landmark. The Grand Portage is an 8.5-mile portage trail that linked the Great Lakes to the interior of North America by bypassing the unnavigable portions of the Pigeon River. Today, if you go to Grand Portage, you will see 4 wooden structures reconstructed at the historic depot on their original archaeological footprints, and I think importantly, built in a French-Canadian vernacular architectural style, right? So the people on the ground, even over time after the British colonial period is over, the people on the ground are still very much French and French-Canadian, and it's reflected not only in the material culture that we find in the ground, but also in the architecture that we see built at places like this. Okay, next slide, please. Yes. So between 1731 and 1804, thousands of again, mostly French-Canadian voyageurs shuttled tons of supplies and furs over the portage and in and out of the warehouses at either end of the portage. Fort Charlotte is at the other end of the portage. It doesn't get the recognition. It's harder to get to, for one thing, as the depot does. But thousands of tons of supplies and furs between these places, shuttled mostly by French-Canadian voyageurs. And today, the life of the Ojibwe people, the voyageurs, the clerks, and the partners of the fur trade era are celebrated and reenacted during the Grand Portage Rendezvous Days and Powwow, which takes place the second full weekend in August. Next slide, please. Another, and I think really unique expression of the mixing of French and indigenous heritage and the importance of waterways in Minnesota, these waterscapes, is the Red River Oxcart Trail system. It traverses the Red, Mississippi, and Minnesota river valleys. The Oxcart trails were by 1830 the primary means of shipping goods, including tons of buffalo hides and robes between what is today Winnipeg, Canada, and St. Paul, Minnesota. And the operators of these Oxcart trains were the Métis, people of mixed ancestry, often but not exclusively French and Native American. The Red River Oxcarts were a product of Métis ingenuity. They were made entirely of wood and rawhide. Not a scrap of metal was used at all to create these ox carts. And they could haul up to 1,000 pounds. So they were very efficient, if slow. But because of the way that they were built, they were durable enough to be used in this way for many, many years. In Canada, the Métis, in fact, are one of 3 major groups of Indigenous peoples legally recognized by the Canadian government. Next slide, please. There we go. So today, the heritage of the Métis and the Oxcart trail system in Minnesota is commemorated at several locations, including Crookston, where they have a festival each year, Old Crow Wing State Park, and Belle Prairie Park in Morrison County, Minnesota. And in some of these places, what is really fascinating to me, again, as an archaeologist, right, the material traces of the past are something that I'm always fascinated by, but segments of the trail system still exist, and you can walk the same trails that these ox carts rolled down back in the 1830s, 40s, and 50s, and through the 1860s until the railroads and steamboats sort of put them out of business. But here, you can see on the bottom, you can still see the wagon wheel ruts in the ground where the ox carts rolled over these trails year after year after year. So you can go and experience those places just as they were in the 19th century. So we're going to move a little farther south now to the confluence of the Minnesota and Mississippi rivers, a place known to Dakota peoples as Bedote, which means simply a place where rivers come together. But for the Dakota, this is the Bedote, right? This is a sacred place of creation. It is the place where the Dakota origin story begins, at the Bedote. Next slide, please. By the 1830s, the American Fur Company dominated the fur trade of the region, and the town of Mendota near Bedote became a hub of operations for the American Fur Company. As they had with Ojibwe peoples to the north, French-Canadian fur traders associated with the American Fur Company married Dakota or Métis women, which allowed them to establish the ties with their wives' extended families. And two such French-Canadian men were Jean-Baptiste Faribault, born in Quebec in 1774, and Hippolyte Dupuis, born in Quebec in 1807. Today, the homes they built in Mendota are part of the Sibley Historic Site managed by the Dakota Historical Society. Next slide, please. So I have just barely scratched the surface of French heritage in Minnesota. We could go on and on and on as we could for all of the states in the corridor, I'm sure. But of course, now we have the French Heritage Corridor Initiative to provide a framework for recognizing, further linking, and promoting these and the many, many other aspects of French heritage in Minnesota. Fortunately, in Minnesota, we also have the French American Heritage Foundation to aid in this endeavor. And so there's a little information on the screen here about the French American Heritage Foundation. We also have the president with us today, Greg Cash. I invite you to come to our table when we have a break. We have lots of information there, more information about events. And I'll close by just pointing out some of the upcoming French heritage events in Minnesota. And thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Our next presenter is Tandy Thompson, and she's going to talk about French heritage in Missouri. Right?
Bonjour. Ça va? Ça roule, eh? C'est vrai ça. First, I want to start by thanking Charles Bellesi. Charles started this project in 1993 or thereabouts when the great flood of the Mississippi occurred and St. Genevieve was inundated. And had he not done that, we probably wouldn't be here today. He came back. He came back to St. Genevieve in, I think we got you back there in 2019, was it? 2018? And he came and he talked to us and he said, we need to do this. And he looked at me and I said, pas moi. I'm busy. I'm running this French Heritage Center thing and I'm going crazy. So somehow he found Lisa and Pascal and con them into doing this. And for that, I applaud them. So thank you both for having the courage to take this on, and your leadership has really made it happen. So thank you both. Now, with this, we will go to talk a little bit about Missouri. Missouri is so called by my book for two reasons. One, my great aunt wrote the fight song for the university, and in an effort to teach people how to spell and pronounce Missouri correctly, she wrote Missouri. The fight song for Missouri is Missouri, ra, 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 in an effort to have you all understand why it's pronounced that way. It's also pronounced that way because we're named for the Indians, just the way one does not say Miami, but Miami, hence Missouri. All right. Why did Missouri come into existence? We're incredibly rich in resources. Indeed, Hernando de Soto discovers the richness of Missouri and some of our mines and salt and grounds when he does his explorations up the Mississippi in the 1500s. The French then settle in Kaskaskia in the early 1700s, giving good credit to the nice people from Illinois who now are in our side of the river due to a change in the confluence of the river. That settlement was infamous, and St. Genevieve actually became a suburb of that, one of many suburbs of that. So with that, we'll do this. Is this how I do this? There we go. Thank you. So Missouri currently, that I have found so far, has over 60 historic sites that date back to this about 1710. 26 are current that I have found so far, because I keep finding more. 26 are currently open to the public, and those date from about 1780. 12 of those that are open, actually more than that, 14, are in St. Genevieve. 10 are in the greater St. Louis. Others either have a commemorative marker or a drive-by viewing. 11 of those markers are in Kansas City. There we go. I'm going to do this. Thank you. That's a rough map of kind of the layout of it. You can see that they all follow the river for the most part. Those that are in are because they're really rich mine. Missouri has, and I'll pronounce it that way because people do, probably some of the richest lead mines in the world. And they have been really a key to a lot of history, world history. I figure that probably some of that lead was some of the stuff that Napoleon shot. St. Genevieve is unusual in that because it moves to where it is today in the 1780s, due to flooding of the Mississippi, which is a trend. That's why a lot of the towns that you see along rivers are no more because of the rivers flooding. So they get relocated. But in the 1780s, the fathers of St. Genevieve had the wisdom to move it to where it is today. And because of that, it's the richest collection of vernacular, historic, true French architecture and houses that remain in North America. When the national parks came in to study whether St. Genevieve was deserving of a national park, it took them 16 years to complete what is normally done in 6 to 12 months. Why? Because they kept finding more stuff to look at. They found over 35 houses that are vertical log houses in St. Genevieve. It's incredibly rich. You can drive by houses that have, you know, little sideboard. You kind of think nothing of them. And by God, underneath them is some magnificent vertical log stuff still standing with its original bloody bousillage in there. So it makes it a really incredible settlement, and that's part of why it's so rich. It would not be there really had it not been for what is the mining part of the world, and the fact that just south of town, it has the Saline Creek. And other than the some local salt that was produced. Most salt in the colonial world was imported from Europe. So that becomes a big deal. Some of Missouri's oldest sites, the old mines, lead mines, were settled circa the 1720s. Kansas City has some markers that date its history to the 1713 as early as. Fort Orleans, which it ain't no more because it was along the Missouri River and got wiped out. The Bolduc House, which is circa 1780, is a national landmark. The Taillé de Noyer House, circa 1790, but you can see it got added onto. It doesn't look anything like what it was. And of course, there's the Green Tree Tavern in St. Genevieve as well. Some of the upcoming events in Missouri. French colonial America does a bunch of things. One of the things we've started is we've opened one of our vertical log houses is open, and we offer it as hands-on history activities for kids and people and adults. Before we even announced what the programs were for this year, it was sold out, which is a really nice feature. We do it for virtually nothing. We keep looking for people to help subsidize it. Fortunately, I've gotten a good buddy of mine to help fund it. And thanks to a most generous gift of his of $500,000, we're going to be able to restore that house. So that's really awesome. So French colonial America operates 4 vertical houses and a museum. Our annual operating budget is about $400,000. So it's a lot of fundraising we have to do every year to keep this thing going. Anybody got any deep pockets and want to donate? See me, because I'm still a little shy for this year's budget. So I'm still like, we do living history demonstrations at the Hands-On House every Saturday, May through September. We do the town has a French Heritage Festival. The Châtillon de Menil House in St. Louis does a Bastille Day. It's not necessarily always on Bastille Day, but ça va. July 10th this year. We do a militia encampment in St. Genevieve on September 10th. We try to avoid the heat of the summer in St. Genevieve. It gets bloody hot down there. There is the Fête de l'Automne in Fertile. Isn't that a great town name? On October 1st. And then there's, we do one we call the Nuit de Loup-garou, where we actually do live theater and hunt and convert people from our werewolves back into people. You don't shoot to kill, you shoot to wound. You shoot, yes, with a blessed, with holy water, marked with a cross, bullet. Your goal is to wound him, because when the bullet makes contact with the blood the bullet that makes contact with his blood and the bullet's been blessed, it converts him back into a people. So that's a lot of fun. We have the Deja Vu reunion. This year we're very fortunate, St. Genevieve is very fortunate to be hosting the annual conference for the Center for French Colonial Studies. I just learned that the foundation is doing the Foundation for the Restoration of St. Genevieve is doing their annual conference. I believe it's September 22nd. We've got the Pecanapalooza on November 5th. French Colonial America does the Allée Allumée, which is a walk through the gardens at the Hands-On House. And then, of course, we do Guillonnet, which is really great, good fun. And with that, I would just share with you again that French Colonial America is new, so we're still struggling to get things going. And that's any questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, one more presentation. You'll see on your program that Mary Elise Antoine from Wisconsin is scheduled to present, and she's unable to be here today. So she asked me to tell you a little bit about Wisconsin, the Pays d'Hanout. So I'm happy to do that. Once we get the first slide, we'll begin. So beginning in 1673, French explorers, missionaries, and traders traveled from Quebec to what would become Wisconsin. Missions were opened at La Pointe and La Baye, a military post at La Baye, and fortified trading posts at locations along the Mississippi River. You can see one of the themes here, obviously, is the French settling along bodies of water. Next slide. The three major centers of trade were at La Baye and along the Fox River with the Menominee, Ho-Chunk, and Potawatomi. At Prairie du Chien on the upper Mississippi River for trade with the Dakota, and at La Pointe for trade with the Ojibwe. The Fox-Wisconsin waterway connected Prairie du Chien with La Baye, and the Mississippi connected Prairie du Chien with the Pays des Illinois, the Illinois country. So not until the 7 Years' War would permanent European settlement begin in Wisconsin. Beginning in 1768, French-Canadian settlers arrived at La Baye on the east and west banks of the Fox River. Many of the men married Métis or native women. The land was partitioned by long lots, with the homes built facing the river. Only 2 homes remained from this period in La Baye. Both houses were removed from their original locations, but are preserved at Heritage Hill State Park, where they're open to the public. The east lot structure was found within another house, apparently was expanded on and somewhat obscured. Joseph Roy, one of the earliest settlers at La Baye, built his home on the west side of the Fox River. And in 1805, he sold the house to Jacques Polier. In 1850, Nels Auto Tank acquired the house and added the shed roof wings. Both houses are constructed of hewn horizontal logs in the pièce-sur-pièce style. Next slide. The permanent settlement began at Prairie du Chien in the early 1770s by people from the Illinois country. They were soon joined by others from small villages south of Montreal and Michilimackinac. At Prairie du Chien, 3 villages were begun with land divided into long lots. Again, a distinctively French style that we see in the Detroit area, that we see in the area of southwestern Illinois as well also. About a dozen houses remain at Prairie du Chien from the French fur trade period. They were constructed of hewn logs and date from the 1790s to the 1840s. The Powers, Vertefieux, and Saint-Germain-dit-Gautier houses are listed on the National Register of Historical Places, and the Saint-Germain house is open to the public. Next slide. Also at Prairie du Chien is the old Catholic burying ground that was blessed by Father Marie-Joseph Dunand in 1817. He had traveled from St. Louis to minister to the residents of the Prairie. It is the oldest cemetery in Wisconsin. St. Gabriel's Church was established in 1836 by Father Samuel Mazzucchelli for French speakers in the area, making it the oldest church in Wisconsin. Father Lucien Gaultier, the founder of St. Paul, Minnesota, is buried in front of the church. The so-called French town charmer, while constructed of brick, is French-Canadian in room placement and design. And a woman by the name of Carole Labonne Ducharme has restored the house, and it can be rented as a vacation home, should you have any desire to do that. At the Madeline Island Museum, as shown in the next slide, located at the old site of La Pointe, are exhibits on the French fur trade of the Lake Superior region and the early missionaries to the Ojibwe. Fort Avoine was the site of 2 competing fur trading posts constructed by the XY Company and the Northwest Company along the Yellow River. The name Fort Avoine references the wild rice or the wild oats that were exploited by the Ojibwe as a food source. The reconstructed Northwest Company post presents an excellent portrayal of the fur trade and the lives of the Ojibwe. And the last slide Yankees began to arrive and settle at Prairie du Chien and Green Bay in the 1830s. They brought their architectural styles with them. Some of the more affluent French families adopted the popular federal style when they constructed new homes. The Grignon family operated a trading post at Le Grand Coquelin, a natural portage on the Fox River. And in 1837, Charles Grignon built this house as a wedding present for his bride, Mary Elizabeth Meade, and that house is open to the public. The U.S. government built the Indian Agency House at the Fox, Wisconsin River Portage in 1832. John Kinsey, the newly appointed agent to the Ho-Chunk, and his family lived in the house. Kinsey would later direct the removal of the Ho-Chunk to west of the Mississippi River, and his house can also be visited. With the removal of the Ho-Chunk and the placing of other Wisconsin Native nations on reservations, fur trade culture in Wisconsin came to an end, but I'm sure that story continues. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're right on schedule. So we can now spend the next remaining half hour or so before we go to that discussion, we do have someone who wasn't able to make it here, but is going to present virtually, and that would be Diane Hunter. Thank you. Sorry, Diane, didn't want to leave you out. You can see how much your presence is missed. So yes, she has been a vital part of our leadership team. There she is. And Diane is going to talk today about the Miami and the French. So Diane, take it away for about 15 minutes.
I think I have some slides that should be coming up. Aya, tepewe neolaka koke owahanungi kakikwe, checha kokwa wenzriane, nilimitasenia miamiquia, seka kweta nehipalanzwa elapacasiane. I just introduced myself to you in Miamiata Wenge, the Miami language. And I just said hello. It's good to see all of you today. I'm sorry I can't be with you. I am a citizen of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma and a descendant of Sekakweta and Palanzwa. And I am honored to serve my nation as Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. Now, my nation is the Miami tribe of Oklahoma. And some of you may be saying, Oklahoma is not part of the French Heritage Corridor. What is she doing here? Well, the French Heritage Corridor is the ancestral homelands of Miami people. But after 2 forced removals, we are now located in northeastern Oklahoma, and we are the Miami tribe of Oklahoma. But Indiana and the surrounding areas are our ancestral homelands. We were here when the French arrived. So today I'm here to remind you that Nouveau France was really Miamionge. Next slide, please. So just to tell you a little bit about our story, I want to start at the beginning for Miami people. Mitame miamiake nipengonje sakachewecheke. At first, the Miami came out of the water. And that's the first line of our oldest story. It's the story of our emergence as Miami people. We believe from our other stories that we came from the north, but we don't know exactly where. So I want to locate you geographically. If you show the next slide, this is a map that is sort of the French Heritage Corridor. You'll see a map revealed quite soon now that is better, but this kind of orients you to where we are with a modern map, because the next map on the next slide looks quite different. This is from our perspective. This is from a Miami perspective. This is Miaumionge, and you can see Lake Michigan there to kind of orient you. The red dot is where you are right now, and the blue dot is Sakiweonge, is the place where we came out of the water, where we became Miami people. Next slide. So our first encounter with French people came from, we know it from a story that goes something like this. The Wyandot people came to us, Miami, and said, "You've got to come to the lake." And by that they meant Lake Huron. There are these really strange people. You've got to come and see these strange people. They're very strange. They must be evil. So we went with them, and there were these very strange people in boats on the lake. And so when they got off their boats onto the land, we killed them because they must be evil. Those who remained on the boats turned and left. Now, to my knowledge, there's no French version of this story, but it is a story that's come down to us, Miami people. Next slide. I should mention that these red dots on the maps will show you where I'm talking about at the moment, and then in the future slides, they become blue to give you an idea of places where we have interacted with the French. I won't be talking about all of the places, but this gives you an idea of some of the interactions that Miami people had with the French. So during the Beaver Wars of the 17th century, we left our villages in what is now Indiana and went west into Illinois, north into Wisconsin to flee the wars. And it was while we were in the Green Bay, Wisconsin area that we once again encountered the French, and it was a much more pleasant encounter this time. The people we encountered were traders, and we liked the trading. I gotta tell you, cooking with metal pots sure beat cooking with clay pots. And we took these trade goods and we incorporated them into our traditional lives. The others that we encountered were the Jesuit missionaries. And of course, they were there to convert us to Christianity. But to do that, they had to learn our language. They had to learn all about us. And so they wrote down everything that they learned about us. They wrote down our language in a dictionary. They wrote down what we did and why we did it, at least to the extent that they could understand it. Those records still exist in the Jesuit relations, and they have been crucial to us in revitalizing our language and culture in the 21st century. Next slide. This red dot here points out the mission of the guardian angel of the Miami in Chicago. It was from about this same time, later in this century, in 1696. It was founded by Father Pierre-Francois Pinet, and I apologize if my French is way off, but it was founded on the Chicago River, and obviously of the Miami, because it was founded there as a mission for us, and we had villages there. Next slide. In 1673, Joliet and Marquette visited a Kaskaskia village. And in 1695, Marquette founded the first Catholic mission in the Illinois country called the Mission of the Immaculate Conception. 2 years after that, in 1677, Father Allouet reported that there was a population of 6,000 to 9,000 people. That was an enormous size place, an enormous population for that time. The village came to be called the Grand Village of the Kaskaskia because of the size, but it included many different Illinois tribes. who had villages there in that area. There were also Miami villages there. From a Kaskaskia village that was across the Illinois River from Fort St. Louis comes the story of Marie Ruenza. Now, Marie Ruenza was the daughter of the chief, the Kaskaskia chief of that village. And Marie, through the local French priest, converted to Catholicism. And through her, her parents converted to Catholicism. And because her father was chief, almost the whole village converted. So that's an example of French influence in a Kaskaskia village. Now, the Great Peace of Montreal in 1701 ended the Beaver Wars, and Miami people were anxious to come home. We wanted to return to what is now Indiana. And so in the first decade of the 1700s, we did just that. Next slide, please. The Wea people, the Waiatanuke, went back to their village at Waiatanonge. And that's the red dot you see there, which is in exactly the same place as the red dot I placed at the beginning slide where you are located. And you will see this place tomorrow. Because in 1717, the French came to trade with the Waiatanonge, or the Waiatanoke, sorry, because they couldn't get the Wea people to come to Chicago to trade with them. We wanted to be home. And so the French had to come to us. And so they did. And in 1717, they built Fort Wiatnon across from the village of Waiatanonge. So you can kind of see Wiatnon got its name by the French trying to pronounce Waiatanonge. Next slide. Just a couple of years earlier, in 1715, the French established a trading post at Kikayonga. Now, Kikayonga is today Fort Wayne, Indiana. And they did it for the same reason. They wanted to trade with Miami people who would not come to them. And then in 1722, at that location, they built Fort Felipe de Miami. Next slide. And the third fort in Indiana was built in 1732 in Vincennes, and it was founded as a military post at the Peangishionge village. It's the Piankashaw village. So all three of these forts were built at the locations of Miami villages. Now I have to note that the Kaskaskia, the Wea, the Piankashaw, as well as the Peoria people confederated in the 1860s, and today they are the Peoria tribe of Oklahoma. Now you've heard several comments about waterways from Montreal to New Orleans, about portages. Well, in my next slide, I want to talk about our portage. So you could go, as mentioned, you could go from Montreal all the way to New Orleans by water, with one exception. That exception was a 6 to 10 mile portage just west of Kikayonge, west of today's Fort Wayne. And we Miami people owned the portage. So that meant that when French people wanted to go that waterway from Montreal to New Orleans, they had to pay us to carry their boats and to carry their items from the Maumee River or the St. Mary's River to the Little River in the Wabash River. Now, since 1701, after the Great Peace of Montreal, many tribes in the area had a trade alliance with the French, and we saw them as our father. But you have to understand what father meant to us. A Miami father is not the person who disciplines you. He is not the person who punishes you. That's your father's brother. Your father is the one who gives you good gifts, who loves you. And so when we saw the French as our father, that meant we expected some pretty good gifts from them. And when they gave us bad trade deals, they were being a bad father. We didn't like that. Next slide. So in 1747, some Miami people, led by the Piangisha, the Piankishaw leader, Memeshekia, who's also known as La Demoiselle, they went to a place called Pingwilwillenionge. Today's Pickawilly is what it's called. But they went there because it was closer to trade with the British. They thought they might get good deals from the British when they were unhappy with the deals from the French. But the other tribes in this in this trade alliance with the French were really worried about this. They did not like it. They were concerned that this was really going to threaten this trade alliance. And so in 1752, a group of Odawa attacked the village of Pingwilwillenionge, and in the attack, they killed Memeshekia. Now, I know you're going to have lunch soon, but still, I have to tell you that after they killed Memeshekia, in order to honor him, they ate his heart. Well, after the Treaty of Paris in 1763, next slide, please. The French ceded the land to the British, and we know that, except that, of course, it wasn't their land to cede. It was still Miamionge, and we had not ceded it or sold it or traded it to anyone. But the British thought it was theirs, and the British were not inclined at all to give us good trade deals. They were not inclined to give us gifts to maintain the relationship like the French had. They were not going to bribe us as they saw it. We saw it as just being a good father, but the British were not being a good father, and that meant they were not related to us. And if they weren't related to us, they were the enemy. And that ultimately led to what has come to be known as Pontiac's War. Pontiac led a war against the British because of their taking over in this land. Well, as part of that war, there was a group of Frenchmen at Detroit, led by Jacques Godefroy. And the other Frenchmen in this small group were his cousins. And in sympathy with Pontiac and his activities, they attacked the former French forts, by this time British forts, at Fort Miami at Kikayonge and Fort Ouiatenon. Now, the interesting thing about this is that all of these French men had native connections. Some of them were married to native women, or they had relations who were native people. So they all had that connection, and that's why they were interested in supporting Pontiac. Now, there was only one who did not have a direct native connection, and that was Jacques Godefroy, who was commonly known as Jacques. Now, Jacques had a son, Jacques Gabriel Godefroy, often known as Gabriel Godefroy, And he had a trading post in Michigan that eventually grew up to be the city of Ypsilanti, Michigan. But later in his life, Jocko married a Miami woman and came to be called Shocko. The Miami language does not have a just sound at the beginning of words. So he was Shocko to us. Well, Shocko and the Miami woman had a son they called Francois. But we don't have F's and R's in the Miami language. So their son Francois was known as Palanzois. Now, Palanzois is my second great grandfather. So without Shocko, I would not be speaking to you today. Mishinewe, thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane, for that overview. And now, what I said earlier, we have time for questions, comments, discussion. This is meant to be sort of a working session where we can generate ideas for ways that we can enhance that with the work that we're doing and how we might want to move forward. So I'll give you a moment to collect your thoughts. And it looks like Glenn is willing to maybe run a microphone to you when you want to speak. If you want to just raise your hand, we can acknowledge you. And
a little bit differently, I'm just going to pass
Okay.
2 for the big tables out here and 1 for the middle table so that you guys can pass through the middle table.
Okay.
Yeah. Should all be on.
okay, thank you, Glenn. Give you a minute to collect your thoughts. Then I have a tendency to call on people. Jim?
Hi, Jim Paul here. I can now is a chronology. You know, we've got the calendar of events and the interactive sites on the map, but now chronology is important. We can start with Native American, French colonial, before that, of course, missionary, Canadians. So I think that's our platform.
I might add to that, Jim, maybe a bibliography would be useful as well, right? A sort of list of sources that we can continuously add to. So that chronology certainly would be extremely complex. We already heard today just from each individual state, but yeah, for sure. Other comments, questions? Yes, we have someone here. If you want to state your name first, I don't know everybody in the room. That would be great.
I'm Josue Savoie, and my question is for the people from Prairie du Rocher, or maybe anybody who just knows. Has there been any looking into making available the books written by Percy Clerk from the area? Chansons de Prairie du Rocher, and he wrote another one. I don't remember the title.
Okay, is anyone from Prairie du Rocher that can address that question? I'm not familiar with that author.
I don't have an answer for that. I could potentially look into that. I know people have done recordings of his work, and those are out there now on Facebook and YouTube, but the books, I don't have an answer, but I can certainly look into that and get back.
Could you tell me where I could find the recordings?
You should be able to Google that on YouTube. We just had a gentleman put that out there not too long ago. I don't know his name, but I know he put it out there on YouTube.
Is it Adam? Possibly.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I
Okay.
just saw it in passing.
Thanks.
The microphone, because I am good at people on
Can you say a little bit more about that individual that you were talking about?
Percy
Yeah.
Leclerc.
Yeah.
He was a guy from Prairie du Rocher. He was very involved with the La Guione there. He had a lot of records that he had kept that he had gotten from either his mother or his grandmother. I don't really remember. He also wrote songs. He ended up dying in a house fire, and a lot of the stuff that he had collected got burned. Yeah, I guess that's what I know about him.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Others?
Yeah, this is Mark Wilson. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I just posted a link that will show some of Percy Clare's work. And I do know his sons personally. I can reach out to them and find out if we can get a hold of any of his books or recordings and forward that on.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Jean-Charles Foyer, Kansas City. I know I brought this up last year in Prairie du Rocher, but I know some of the people from the other French sites have this too. Is there much in the way of bilingual signage or such to kind of, because I know I brought this up in Prairie du Rocher, especially visible stuff could serve to underscore the French heritage, the French character of the site, and just make it a little more obvious. And and I think with Jennifer, I talked about it in Prairie du Rocher that I don't know if you're doing that with the signage you're developing. But
Yeah, that sounds like a useful suggestion. Those of you might not have heard, he was mentioning having bilingual signage for various monuments and the like. Yeah.
As long as the mic's here, I'm Greg Cash from Minnesota, French American Heritage Foundation. Has the corridor created a list of objectives or, sort of a vision, mission, values on how to proceed? This is my first time here, so I haven't really had the opportunity to see any of that.
Yeah, maybe I'll let Lisa address that. The objectives, I mean, in the short paragraph that's included in the discussion is a sort of a synopsis, but maybe you'd want to expand on that, Lisa?
Thanks for that question, Greg. Yes, what we've tried to do is create as a team, our leadership team, a mission statement, which is included in your handout materials, both for our virtual attendees as well as those of us here in person. And that helps to define who we are. And in this first year that our leadership team has been meeting on that monthly basis, we have tried to basically answer much of what occurred 1 year ago in the same format we're engaging in right now. So we had a number of things that arose in terms of our attendees making suggestions, anything from, hey, we need Wi-Fi in this place, to we need some kind of way that all of us can network. We need some sort of an interactive web presence. So a lot of what we've set forth to do in this first year is essentially institutionalize this concept of the French Heritage Corridor and create that presence, create that means from which all of us can therefore interact using a virtual map and being able to click on that and instantly go right to that stakeholder's website, and in turn have that stakeholder post our URL on the French Heritage Society site that will then take them back to this particular site. We also have this calendar of events that also provides this platform for all of our 7-state corridor to know what's going on. Now, this is useful for two reasons. One, among us stakeholders, our organizations, our institutions, we don't want to schedule something amazing that might conflict with something else if we can help it. We'd like to make sure that we're all helping each other, not take potential tourism or attention away from someone else, right? So this is one tool, but it's also very much aimed for the public. We want the general public to have an easy, accessible way to know about all of these wonderful places that exist and things to do, and become more supportive and involved. So to answer your question, Greg, this first year was about hearing what happened last year and trying to directly address those suggestions and ideas. And that this second conference, what we're hoping will happen is that we will get excellent suggestions that cropped up again. For example, Jean-Charles, you made a great suggestion last year, and that's one of the items that did not necessarily, someone did not take it and run with it. But sometimes we need to hear something more than once. Sometimes we need to hear it a couple times, and the more we realize, hey, this is important, sometimes that's the impetus for change. And it won't happen necessarily in Prairie du Rocher. Maybe it happens someplace else and it trickles out. We don't know. But I think it's an excellent suggestion and something that really does identify who we are within the greater scope of the United States and the Midwest. I hope today's discussion will engage people both virtually as well as here in person, and that we will collectively start brainstorming and seeing ways that we can propel into this third year. That's really the goal today. And so we have Colby working the whiteboard, and that hopefully this time next year when we reconvene, I don't know where that will be, that we are able to look back and say, look at what we have achieved again in another year's time. So I encourage all of you to, realize that the leadership team is not the only source of ideas and action, that this is why we're together. We're all part of this initiative. We all are stakeholders. We want to hear from you. We want to know your challenges, your inspirations, and from that collectively, we will come up with our next year's challenges and goals. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Lisa.
We do have a question from someone online, James Harmon. Their hand's been up for a little bit.
Okay, please let him in.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. And what truth does anyone have an idea about this? Is there to the statement that Joliet himself thought that connecting what would become the colonies of La Louisiane and La Nouvelle-France with a canal would be a good idea, but that the governors of each of those colonies preferred to have everything pass through France to maintain more or less their sovereignty? I've heard this suggested, and of course we had to wait until 1848 for the completion of the Illinois and Michigan Canal. Is there any documented proof to that notion?
Can anyone speak to that? Given New France's somewhat tenuous hold in the areas that they occupied, that scale of capital and investment seems like it would have been quite significant, certainly in the 17th and early 18th century would be my response. Charles, can you speak to that directly?
To begin with, Joliet and Marquette were far from having that vision. You have to think in terms of what they were after. They were trying to get to that big waterway they thought would take them to China, and that was their goal. Now, what this gentleman is referring comes much later, when you have the intervention of La Salle and Tonty, and the idea of pushing forward the boundaries of the French presence in North America way towards, again, possibly a link toward the Pacific Ocean, which ended up at the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
So I don't think the governor of, you have two people, the governor and the intendant. Let's keep that in mind. The French system had a dual system. One was in charge of the military, one was in charge of the economy. So I don't think this concern about preventing a connection with Louisiana, which came much later. Okay, again, you have to keep in mind the dates. I don't think it will be a concept. This is the idea was more to find a way to run, basically, which was a kind of a two-part North American empire, and whatever could be done to connect both sides, meaning New France and Louisiana, was done militarily when you had the Chickasaw War. As you can see that.
Thank you, Charles.
So I don't think this was in the mind of the French
Okay, thank you. Tandy, you're next. Before you speak, let me just say, one of the ways to think about the discussion it's happening now is to reflect on the theme here. So making our dreams a reality. So, what are your dreams for French heritage development, programming, expansion of the activities you're involved in? Yeah, it also comes down to finances, but let's set that aside for a moment and ask ourselves, what are your dreams for promoting the work that you're doing? And how can this organization help? Tandy?
Thank you. I just wanted to, there's one slide I forgot to show that was kind of important because it gives French Heritage Society credit for doing something pretty cool that is making our dreams a reality.
Is that the internship?
The intern.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit
Yes,
about that
I
without
would.
the slide?
Yeah. So the French Heritage Society offers a internship program, and French colonial America was able to take advantage of that. We have Louise Héron coming to visit us. She arrives June 9th. She will be on site until I believe it's August 15th. We are planning on taking advantage of her. Yeah, there you go. Isn't she cute? So we're very excited. She's going to be staying with one of our employees, so she's going to get a little experience of living with an American family. And while we've got her on site, we hope to do a YouTube, thank you, of her playing the role of Madame Bolduc, welcoming you into the Bolduc House and giving you a small tour in French. So we think that that's going to build this, thank you, because that feeds that whole French-English thing going back and forth. I'd also like to thank him because he did a wonderful translation for us of so we now have a bilingual brochure of our gardens. We maintain two historic gardens, a Jardin Potager, and then we have a Jardin des Herbes. And that goes back to that story of making our dreams become a reality, because we were able to facilitate a tour from the Romance French language department of the Washington University in St. Louis. We have one coming down next month of university, working on the language side, because we think that the whole thing is going to work together, relationship within everybody. And my philosophy is, if we raise the water in the pond, all the ships will rise.
Oh, thanks for that, Tandy. We have
I-
someone, go ahead, and then we have
Sorry.
someone here. Go ahead.
I have a language side, and I was wondering if anybody had made any contact with the organization North American French. It's run by Lou Devereaux and Alexander St. Yves. And Lou did the first textbook on Missouri French, and they're offering classes in Illinois country French, Louisiana French, and Canadian French, and they have group discussions. They were doing weekly, like every Tuesday or Wednesday. I feel like that would be a good.
And the name of that organization again?
North American French.
North American French.
And it may be. There's two places doing that. There's a guy, I can't think of his name. The guy, the younger.
Okay, well, good. We can look into that. Thank you. Comment here?
I'm Julie Kemper-Foyer. I'm Jean-Charles.
Could you speak up, please?
I'm Julie Kemper-Foyer. I'm Jean-Charles' mother, but our family foundation has funded the website.
Thank you.
So, no, but that's what I think is interesting, since we're not a stakeholder in the sense of being connected to any small historic society or anything like that. We're looking at the more global picture. And one of the things that I was really impressed, Diane, Hunter, you did a great presentation. It makes us think about this whole area in a totally different way. That what I've been struck by is how so many people are unaware of the French heritage and the Indian heritage in the area we live in. And I spend my time half in France and half in the United States. But what I think would really be great as a new component of the website would be to start to work on maybe an educational plan, so that teachers would just have something they could download and say, we're going to talk about maybe having Diane's, and I don't know if this was recorded, but her great presentation about from an Indian point of view and maybe from the French historic point of view. And that would be something that would be very striking for students, I would think. And when the French Council was talking about how many of these French immersion schools exist in the Midwest, that they would be back to whether, you know, it's at the university level, but I think really at the middle school and high school level, this could be really fascinating. And that would then create, you know, tourism possibilities for so many places.
Well, thank you for that. You know, I would just add, as you know, we've developed a curriculum for the Fort St. Joseph Archaeological Project. What we found is that it's essential to involve teachers in the development. So that's something we would certainly need to do. You got that suggestion? Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, Greg Cash
And then
again.
over here.
As an aside, Concordia Language Villages is putting on a program this summer of Dakota and Michif languages. Michif was the language of the Métis, and it was sort of a Creole between their native language and French. But the main point I wanted to make is, has there been any thought to creating a sort of gathering or festival? There was a professor at the University of North Dakota, Vigil Benoit, who used to put on Francofête, which was sort of a gathering of people to talk about, in you know, the case of Minnesota, where the last one was about a decade ago, you know, primarily French Canadian, but also French heritage and history. Has that been discussed?
Well, I think what we're seeing here is actually dozens of festivals. So there's one in Detroit, there's one at St. Joseph, there's one at Wiatnon. Look at the events in the Saint Genevieve area and so forth, and so on. So there's dozens.
He does a
So-
Chautauqua. It's a different sort of thing, but you know, I was thinking of something maybe on a grander scale, but then again, budget comes in.
Okay.
Yeah, he's really focused on his Chautauqua now, and the migration of people from the Red River Valley to Little Canada, St. Paul, Minnesota, and back. But we could. He's not getting any younger, Visual.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I'd like to encourage folks to continue to get sites listed on the National Register of Historic Places and consider nominating National Register districts of places that are important in French heritage and culture in these corridor states. You can speak with your state historic preservation office or the National Park Service for questions about the National Register program. But I think that's really important because oftentimes having something listed either as an individual contributing property or as a district can down the road offer opportunities for different types of funding that could come that way. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. So greater visibility and potential for funding by National Register nomination. Thank you. Yes, please introduce
Hi.
yourself.
Hi, I'm Connie Stellhorn. I'm here from Prairie du Roacher. Hello, Jacques. I wanted to just address real quickly that we at Prairie du Roacher have done a few things since we were blessed with you all visiting us last year. And a couple of things that I don't think that Jennifer has spoke of, and Mark, who is our village president, is on with us today too, is that we have worked on establishing a tourism committee. And in doing so, we are looking at signage. If you would like some input, I brought some of the information along. And we are looking to do the bilingual when we do that. We also will be starting to install as of tomorrow the relative historic timeline that will go along that fence that was across from where we held the event last year. We have the Creole House. We now have the Randolph County Historic Society is on board. They are opening it up for tours, which was not something that was being done too often when, prior to last year. We did have a bus tour come in from Lynn, Missouri, and we're hoping that we'll be able to establish more of those. And then we also have a huge collaboration with our legislators. There will be a congressional record that is going to be read on the floor, basically establishing that the village is 300 years old. And I do have a recording from Dennis Strawman of exactly how the pronunciation of the village is supposed to be pronunciated. And that will be also read on the congressional floor. And I will probably butcher it, but I do have the recording with me if you'd like to hear it. It is Prairie du Rocher. So, and we are going to try to establish that you have a lot of Germans in the area that we're going to have to try and break the pronunciation of the village. But with that, one other thing I wanted to kind of maybe piggyback on is that Percy Clare was an educator. And if someone is interested in finding out a very successful way of how to incorporate the French teaching into the grade school, he was perfect at that. He went into the schools, he was dressed, and he, to this day, they still teaches a lot of his education to our local students. So I know there's quite a few educators that came through and have taught there at the Prairie du Rocher School. And I would say maybe get in contact with them and they might be able to help some of your educators in your area.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us too of the politics of language. If any of you know, there was a place called before 1940, a place called Berlin, Connecticut. And after the war or during the war, they called it Berlin. So they just changed that subtle pronunciation to dissociate themselves from another place. So time for maybe one or two more comments. Yeah. What do we have?
I just
Yeah,
had a
go ahead,
quick
Colby.
comment to echo on your excellent point and some of the other points about the bilingual aspect to public interpretation. You know, a major goal of the FHC is to promote this French heritage, not just regionally within the Midwest, but also nationally and internationally. And specifically with the delegate in Quebec, we'll be advertising it and helping to promote it in Eastern Canada, which is largely French speaking. And in Ambassador Etienne has promised to help promote it in France as well. And when he was here, he was he commented several times about how he was certain that there was a great interest among the French people in this history, and that people coming to the United States from France would be very interested in this. And so I think that's something that we need to keep in mind, that as we move down the road, the bilingual aspects to the public interpretation are important. And it doesn't require that you completely, if you rip down everything and put everything up bilingually. There are cost-effective alternatives to that in this digital age, using QF codes that could be linked to, that somebody could use a mobile device to pull up a translation of the material. But I'm sure that on our subsequent leadership meetings, we'll be talking about taking these things bilingually. So
yeah, it's an additive process as well. So yes, Seal.
So it's so wonderful to hear all the information about these sites that you all work at that are already well established, because I feel like in Iowa, which by the way, I want to say is the only state with a French name for capital, Des Moines. I feel like the stakeholders that I'm going to meet will have a lot to learn from everything that you all have established. And with that in mind, I'm wondering if we might be able to have a best practices type of document where all of the different steps that you all have gone through already could be used for new sites like the ones that we have, which are not that new, but which need a lot of funding, recognition, just raising awareness, so that I would feel for our sites in Iowa, that would be really helpful.
Yeah. So that was the Iowa ambassador speaking. My short response to that would be, yeah, that would be great. And I'm not sure there's a cookbook approach to this, right? So I think when we meet together like this, I think we can develop strategies for best practices from, various projects and so on.
Exactly. Have those best practices recorded so that we can use them.
Sure. And I hope over lunch you can continue this conversation and think about your dreams and how to move forward. Do you want to talk about the logistics of lunch, and if we're done this discussion at this point, and we will continue this discussion. Thank you.
Don't forget your phone. Thank you so much, Michael, and everybody for your excellent presentations. I think they were really not only informative, but they were entertaining. I mean, they are the sort of things that are, history is a story, and it's very rich, and it's important that we hear them. Before we break for lunch, don't forget, we've been, let's hear a drum roll. I mean, we've been, this is supposed to be a culmination this morning. This is, a lot has gone into putting this together, gathering, being, prepared to really feel like this is not just us coming together in this one room. This is now something that is out there. People can access, people can contribute, people can join. I wanted to turn your attention just briefly within the room. All the photos you see among you, these are actually photographs that were taken by the granddaughter of the founder of French Heritage Society. Her name is Arielle de la Tour d'Auvergne, and this is her impressions as she traveled throughout the Midwest. And you'll probably recognize some things from Illinois and in St. Genevieve that Tandy was enticing you with. So I hope that you will set out and discover these for yourselves. But these are some excellent examples of what Tandy alluded to with our building styles that are very distinctive, French with a lot of Norman influence. That's very peculiar, specific, unique to North America. These really are treasures. So I hope you'll enjoy, looking a little more closely and hoping that someday you'll see them in person. But this is the moment here where I would like to invite Jean-Charles Foyer and Julie Kemper Foyer up here, because like I mentioned earlier, we would not be here if it wasn't for these two very important individuals who have helped through Julie's serving on the board of the William T. Kemper Foundation to support this initiative in a way that has brought us out of one room and into the whole public domain. I would like to have a little ribbon cutting ceremony, if you will, and I'm going to hand these to you because as Julie has pointed out, the most perfect person to do this is a Franco-American. This is Jean-Charles, who is from Kansas City and Normandy, right? Yeah. So what I'd like to do is step over here so you'll take one, Julie, and I will take the other two. Walk over this way, I'll walk over that way, and let's hear a drum roll. Come on, let's move. Yeah, go ahead. It's on.
Well, just kudos to Lisa, because she has really taken this over this past year to another level. And I think this will just get better and better. And these networking opportunities for all of you are amazing. And I'm just having fun learning about French heritage in the United States.
So nice.
You want to say that? Okay.
She set it up.
She did. Thank you so much, both of you. Both of you. A huge round of applause. So this is the web page that you will find on French Heritage Society's website. You'll find that the little highlighted green area under initiatives, you'll click on that and it will take you to this page. And what we've tried to do is make this very streamlined and easy to use. There's, as you know, so many sites, so many places, so many organizations. We want this to be accessible and easy to use. So what we have done is organize this with our mission statement to give people an idea about what we're all about. We have our team, our ambassadors and their contact information so that each stakeholder from whichever state they may be coming from knows how to directly get a hold of their ambassador. We have then our interactive map. You'll see the 7 states representing this corridor and that you can zoom in and out. We've organized this into several categories, starting out with a general overview, which can give you an idea of, I think there was a comment earlier about, we want to have like certain districts, that sort of thing. Well, some do already exist. So for example, if you click on French in Illinois, that's going to take you to a number of places that are on effectively like a trail. So a user instantly will realize, wow, this is like a field trip. I could go there and spend a weekend. I could go and stay at Connie's beautiful Connor House Inn in Prairie du Rocher. I can go check out all these places. And this is the sort of thing that, we're hoping will have people have some light bulbs. We also have historic sites. So we could click on one and let's see, we've got, okay, let's talk about the French Icarian village that Seal mentioned. So this is their website. And as they continue to grow and develop, more will be available. But instantly, as soon as you click on that, you're going right to their site and you'll be able to access all of the information about how do I get there? What will I find when I go there? We want people to have as much information as possible. So again, we encourage everybody, whether you're here or a stakeholder joining us in another manner, please add the URL from this site to yours. That way, everybody is interacting and we're all connected. Okay, next we have museums. So let's click on the Wiatnan Preserve. Not all museums have, you know, a wall or a roof, right? So we're going right to the Wiatnan Preserve, and we hope we entice you. I know later on in the afternoon, Colby's going to tell us a lot more about the Wiatnan Preserve, and then tomorrow, those of us here in Lafayette will have the treat to get a personal tour by Colby. Next, we have parks. There's state parks, national parks. So if we click on in Michigan, Michilimackinac, we talked about that earlier, right? Very significant place. And there we are. And you'll see there's natural corridors and trails. The Cahokia-Kaskaskia Trail, once again, the area where we had our conference last year, can't say enough about it. Okay, historical societies. Over to Minnesota. Yes, and Greg Cash's organization. Okay, and then of course, Native American and French sites. I wish I could say that. We need Diane. But this should give you a general idea about how you can interact with the map. And remember, this is our organization, this site, this is a work in progress. This is going to be constantly updated and growing. So here's where we're at right now, and this will be constantly evolving. So you can see everything up there, and you can zoom in and zoom out. If we scroll down a little bit more, you'll see the French Heritage Corridor events calendar for the rest of the year. You've got to contact us. You get a hold of your ambassador. Yep. Go ahead and you've got them right next to you. So, but yes, this is what we're hoping, that we once again will continue to add and refine. And this is the Feast of the Hunter's Moon, which happens right here, and we'll be hearing more about later in the afternoon. And again, this is hopefully something that will be very accessible to the public and useful to, you know, get more and more people aware and coming. But also, I believe it could be a helpful tool for our stakeholders so that we're more aware of all of the programming that's going on throughout our corridor, and we can maybe plan accordingly so that we are a little bit more organized and not scheduling things over one another, et cetera, when possible. I mean, that's got to be tough under like Bastille Day or, you know, the 14 Juillet. But again, this is the beginning of what I know will be a very successful future. And again, I just want to say a huge thank you to the William T. Kemper Foundation and Julie and Jean-Charles for being so interested from the get-go. They came last year, they stayed for the 2-day conference, and they had all kinds of very helpful observations, suggestions, and they have been so responsive every step of the way. When I send Julie an update or an email, I hear right back from her. This is a busy lady, and she gets right back to me. She really cares. And this is the kind of commitment that is just so appreciated that I just can't say enough. So I just, merci de tout mon cœur. Okay, everybody. All right. So you can see when we fuel people up, it gets a little more boisterous. I hope everybody virtually had a lovely lunch. I know our group, we had wonderful discussions, delicious food, and we are super energized. So for the afternoon portion of today's conference, what we are hoping to do is really now focus and spotlight Indiana. Woohoo! Everybody, I feel like so we're very happy now to turn our attention to the great Hoosier state, to Indiana, and talk about how we can use Indiana and look at it through the lens of French heritage and the French Heritage Corridor Initiative, and that we can learn about the richness of French heritage that exists throughout Indiana, that we can learn about some of the very successful enterprises and programming that's happened, some that have been with us for a long time, some that are relatively new, that we could hear from the people who run these endeavors and learn from them about what has worked and what are some of the challenges that they face, and how perhaps the French Heritage Corridor might help to make a difference with respect to that. So I'd like to introduce someone who's been very patient, but who is basically my co-planner today. He is the ambassador from Indiana for the Heritage Corridor, and that is Mr. Colby Bartlett.
So, thank you, Lisa. Well, welcome everyone. It's amazing to have such a large group of people that share the same passions that I do, and that we do as the organizations here. As some other people have alluded to, there's kind of multiple components that go into doing these kinds of things and doing them well. And components involve preservation is usually the first step, and a little bit later I'll talk a little bit about the process and the successes. Do I need to squat down? But there's other components that are integral and equally important. Education, public interpretation, and there's an economic component that is required for these things to be feasible and sustainable. And so we're going to explore some of those different components today. And there was some discussion about a roadmap of how to develop these sites and do these kinds of things. And while I'm not sure that you can call this a roadmap, I think you can hopefully glean some ideas and see how we were able to do some of the things that we've done. So our first speaker today is the Indiana State Archaeologist from the Department of Natural Resources, Miss Amy Johnson, who I've known for a long time and has been a wonderful source of advice and support, enthusiastic support for the things that we've done up here. And she's going to give you an overview of the French history in Indiana and what we have to offer the French Heritage Corridor in Indiana. I'm going to plug it so you don't have to. Out on the table, thank you very much to Amy and to the director of the DNR's DHPA, Beth McCord, sitting over here. for bringing up some materials that are out there, including this wonderful book that the Indiana Department of Natural Resources puts out, The Early Peoples of Indiana. And these are free, so please take one or two back. It is a wonderful it's a deep dive, but for the public on the prehistory, the native history, the pre-European contact history of the Native American cultures that existed in Indiana for over 10,000 years. And there's an awful lot of crossover into the other states in the corridor. So while this is somewhat Indiana centric, the surrounding states, you'll find that much of your early pre-European contact record is very similar. And then there's also some great sections on the early European period in archaeology and here in Indiana. So please take one or two of those back with you. So anyway, Amy.
Thank you, Colby. I hope everyone can hear me, and I'm going to speak loudly because I know some folks had asked that I speak loudly for those in the back, so I will do that. Hello and bonjour. As Colby said, I'm Amy Johnson. I'm with the Division of Historic Preservation and Archaeology. We're the State Historic Preservation Office for Indiana. And I'm really pleased to be here today to share just a very brief snapshot of the rich and varied French history in our state. And obviously, I won't be able to cover everything in the time allotted. Thank you for bringing up my first slide. The first Europeans to enter what was now Indiana were French traders and trappers. LaSalle Portage near South Bend in St. Joseph County in northern Indiana in 1679. Later, other Frenchmen came to the river valleys of the area to trap and trade with the Native Americans. For many Native Americans in the area, this was their first contacts with Europeans, and they were the French fur traders as well as missionaries. Next slide, please. Thank you. The French had influences in many locations in Indiana, but it's well known that 3 major centers of French settlement occurred here to help control the flow of goods and people through the area. Post Ouiatenon, which you'll see on the slide, is where we're going to visit tomorrow, near Lafayette, Fort St. Philippe de Miamis, or simply Fort Miamis, at present-day Fort Wayne in Allen County, and post Vincennes at the present-day city of Vincennes in southwestern Indiana. A key point to recognize is the unique significance and importance the Wabash River and these 3 posts had, in that the area now known as Indiana provided for the most direct route between Canada and Louisiana via the rivers. Long before Indiana embraced the motto Crossroads of America, it was indeed a crossroads for the continent. Each of the 3 posts of the 1700s was in close proximity to a majority Native American population. Cultural interaction among peoples was mutual, affecting many aspects of all of the groups involved at the time. Fort Miami was near one of the, or more of the towns of the Miami proper. Although the Wea likely made up the majority of Native American peoples of post-Ouiatenon, other groups, for example, the Kickapoo and Mascouten, also lived in the vicinity of that fort. Post-Vincennes drew the majority of the Piankashaw to its immediate vicinity, as well as other groups. All the posts were, at one time or another during the 1700s, sites of fortification with small military contingents assigned occasionally to defend the town or region. At all times, all 3 were primarily trading posts with their European and Métis populations involved with Native American trade. Next slide. In the first quarter of the 18th century, the French were attempting to consolidate their control of the Great Lakes region and deter British influence over the native peoples of the area. In order to counter that threat, military posts were constructed in what was now our state. Post Ouiatenon was constructed in 1717 and represents the first formal French presence in the present state of Indiana. It existed during many of the pivotal periods of our early American history and served as a hub for the regional fur trade and a center of Native American occupation. The archaeological site retains substantial potential to continue to add to our growing knowledge of French, British, and Native American interaction on the frontier. The site is so significant that it's part of Indiana's first archaeological district that is a National Historic Landmark. Today, the fort's location is protected in the Ouiatenon Preserve, which Colby will talk about in greater detail in his presentation. Next slide. Thank you. The French established a post completed in 1722, as Diane indicated, near the Miami Village site called Quiquianga. The fort was called Fort St. Philippe de Miamis, or simply Fort Miamis, and was the future site of Fort Wayne. A special geographical feature that drew the French to the location was the nearby very strategic Portage, which permitted a very important connection between the Great Lakes and Mississippi River drainages. It was on the St. Mary's River, and by 1749, the fort was in poor condition, and arrangements had already begun for a new fort in the same Fort Wayne area, and the next fort was built on the St. Joseph River, and remained in French control until 1760. Thank you. In 1732, Francois-Marie Bissot Sieur de Vincennes, a French military officer, was sent to establish a post among the Piankashaw on the lower Wabash. The traveler going from Ouiatenon on the way to Vincennes during the French period would have crossed from one colony to another, Canada to Louisiana. This post was the latest to be built by the French in Indiana and was to become the center of French settlement in the Wabash Valley. It was by far the largest post. The populations at Miamis and Ouiatenon were similar in size and smaller. With 80 to 90 families by the end of the 1760s, Vincennes was a considerable community. When the fur trade died out, this area turned more strongly to agriculture with its resident population of habitants. The post was in French hands until 1763. Vincennes would be the only French settlement in the Wabash Valley where the distinctly French long lot system of property division would fully develop. And the map you see on the slide shows the classic long lot divisions of land in the Vincennes area. All three of these forts had a specialty dealing with the route they served, protected, and exploited. Fort Miami serviced as the important portage. Ouiatenon controlled the shift from shallow to deep water shipping. Vincennes could and did provision trade and small military expeditions. Now we're going to move on to some other areas of French-Canadian heritage in our state besides the location of forts. Thank you. All of the places you see on this slide, the public can visit. Beginning in northwestern Indiana, highlighted the second county over from the top corner of Indiana there, is the Bailey Homestead, which is a National Historic Landmark. The homestead is part of the Indiana Dunes National Park. A French Canadian built a trading post and home here in 1822, and he was an independent trader. The homestead complex is the last remaining site of its nature in the Calumet region, both in its capacity as a fur trading post and in its vernacular architecture features and construction types. In Warren County is the Zacharias Seacott Trading Post site, which will be discussed on tomorrow's tour. In the early 1990s, the Warren County Park Board acquired the Seacott Trading Post site. Seacott was a French Canadian who resided at the site and operated a trading post there from early to mid 19th century. Archaeological and ethnographic studies of this jackknife post site have provided wonderful opportunities to learn more about acculturation, the late fur trade, and French Canadians' adaptation and ethnicity during early territorial and statehood settings. When coupled with historic accounts, the size, shape, and quantity of Pierrotage mortar recovered archaeologically at the site suggests that his home and trading post was a piece-to-piece structure. And Dr. Mann is going to speak about this site tomorrow, so you'll learn a great deal more about it. Moving down the Wabash in the southwestern part of the state is the Old French House, or Michel Briette's house in Vincennes. This is an excellent example of the kind of houses built by the French in the Mississippi Valley in the 18th and early 19th centuries. Built circa 1809, the home's an original French Creole style structure using vertical posts on sill construction, including elements commonly seen in Euro-American architecture at the time. Briette was born in Vincennes in 1774 and spent much of his life working in the fur trade and as an interpreter. Today, you can visit the site as it's operated by the Indiana State Museum. Next, in the southeast corner of Indiana, in Switzerland County, is a site that's listed on the National Register. It's the Venoge Farmstead. This is a living history museum known as the Musée de Venoge. The French-speaking Swiss came to that area to establish vineyards. The land was subdivided in the French manner in long, narrow parcels perpendicular to the Ohio River. A French-speaking Swiss gentleman purchased a large tract of over 300 acres. The farmstead became part of the community's efforts, which resulted in the first commercially successful winery in the US. The Venoge farmstead, circa 1828, includes a French colonial style house, typical of the lower Mississippi Valley, but extremely rare in the Ohio Valley. The unique French architecture at Venoge, with its timber frame posts on sill construction and brick nogging insulation, illustrate features that serve as ethnic markers. The house remained in French-Swiss hands until 1839. Next slide. There are opportunities to experience Indiana events focused on French history, as well as contemporary French-themed activities here as well. Further information about all the events I've listed here are on the internet on their respective web pages. Here are just a few examples of the activities taking place in Indiana. The first is the St. Joan of Arc French Market in Indianapolis. This celebrates the feast day of St. Joan of Arc. The market's a one-day free admission outdoor festival featuring authentic French food prepared on site, French wine, live music all day, an artisan fair, and mass said in the 100-year-old St. Joan of Arc Catholic Church. This is one of Indianapolis's major neighborhood festivals and takes place this year on September the 10th. Post Miami 1755 takes place in Fort Wayne. During this event on August 27th and 28th, you can watch the 1700s come alive, is how they advertise it, at the fort location in Fort Wayne. Excuse me. The French and British forces are going to clash for control of the area. In addition, fur traders, Native Americans, civilians, and soldiers will demonstrate daily activities for the public. You can experience the battles, infantry drills, visit merchants, and talk with historical artisans. Colonial French Day will be held just a few days from now, May 21st in Vincennes. Visitors can discover the sights, sounds, smells, and tastes of colonial French Vincennes and learn about the daily life of a French fur trader. You can take a tour through the old French house, which I mentioned, and explore French life in that way. The Feast of the Hunter's Moon right here in Lafayette is a recreation of the annual fall gathering of the French and Native Americans, which took place at Fort Ouiatenon. Right after my presentation, Leslie Martin Conwell, who I just saw in the corner in her wonderful outfit, will be speaking in much greater detail about this excellent community event. And I hope you get to attend, if you can, in October when the event happens. It's well worth it. So as you can see, the Hoosier State has much to offer the interested public who wish to learn about and experience French heritage of the Midwest. Next slide, please. I'll wrap up by just sharing a few ways our office, the State Historic Preservation Office, has been highlighting the French heritage of Indiana. We have funded studies such as the one shown on the left, studying French settlement patterns in Indiana. We've highlighted the French presence in Indiana during a past Indiana Archaeology Month, which is held every September. And we've partnered with the French Foreign Language Teachers Association to prepare a packet of contextual materials for French language teachers to use to understand the French in Indiana. And we have lots of other outreach and educational materials, including other documents about French history on our webpage. And I have the address of our webpage on the screen. So I hope you'll take advantage of these resources, and please don't hesitate to reach out to our office with any questions you might have, and we'll be happy to answer them and share our information with you. Next slide, please. So merci beaucoup for the opportunity to share the information with you today. I really appreciate your invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. So takeaway from there, if you haven't already, make contact with your state archaeologist, or maybe called a SHPO, State Historic Preservation Officer. They are a wonderful resource in many different ways. And so our next speaker brings another very, very important aspect to this. Like me, she grew up in this stuff. We both are second generation deep in this. And I'm sure she'll share a little bit about that with you. But we grew up as kids at the feast, and for the last few decades, she has served as the feast guru, the event manager for the feast, and now just recently and thankfully stepped into the role as executive director for the Tippecanoe County Historical Association. So while there are a lot of events, I will tell you that the one that you're going to hear about now could be called the original McCoy. It is the longest continuously running, or certainly one of the longest continuously running living history events in the United States, and is a tremendous source of pride for TCHA, both as a blue ribbon public education and outreach event, but also as a critical fundraiser for the association. So, ladies and gentlemen, Leslie Martin Conwell.
Oh yeah, Colby and I used to compete when we were kids in the tomahawk throw. I won't tell you who won, but ta-da, there we go. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for helping me feel welcome today. I have a great job. I get to play dress up all the time. So I never actually grew up, but the Feast of the Hunter's Moon is something that I am approaching 50 years with the event in one role or another. And it's held by a private nonprofit organization. Even though we have county in our name, Tippecanoe County Historical Association, we're a private nonprofit. So we don't really receive any state money, any real regular county money, or any federal money. So we do this with the help of our participants, our board, our staff, our membership, and actually, most importantly, the participants and visitors that come to the event. This is its 55th year, October 1st and 2nd. And no event hangs around that long unless it's got some kind of a hook. And I think, Amy, you said something that really hit the nail on the head when she said the community event, Feast of the Hunter's Moon. Now, TCHA likes to think that this is our event. Ha ha ha. No, I'm so proud to say that our community has taken this event as their very own and run with it and learned the history and been proud and helped us carry the banner of the cultural history of Fort Ouiatenon through these many years. I am one of the few people that can say that their job actively helps so many community nonprofits. The Feast of the Hunter's Moon, besides providing 68% of the operating funds for our 5 different sites, the Tippecanoe battlefield or, History Center, everything, it provides income to over 50 other community nonprofits who do things like food booths, work the gates, do services like that. So you can see how important to the community it is as a fundraiser, not just for us, but for the community as a whole, because Joe Way to visit Lafayette, West Lafayette, are we still bringing in about $2 million on a feast weekend? Probably a little bit more, but we're not. Okay, yeah. So, and by that money, we're talking hotel, and we're talking gasoline and restaurants and other area attractions, because people will make a visit, go to Wolf Park, Tippecanoe Battlefield, the feast. So we're also helping support other community sites to visit. Now the feast at 55 years old, and I've seen just shy of 50 of them. I've watched it grow up. I've watched it change. I've watched it make every mistake in the book, which hopefully we do not repeat each mistake. And I'd have to say that the archaeology at Ouiatenon, that was begun in 1968, has been the key factor in our growth because of what we found and what it told us about the people of various cultural communities that we needed to interpret. It really has helped us raise the bar. Also, French document research. Now, remember when the feast started, there was no internet. How did we do without that? We sent researchers to France and to Canada, and we culled those archives. So it's been my pleasure to help this event grow in authenticity and its benefit, not only to TCHA, but the community. Now, I'd like to say that everything is always perfect. But one thing that Lisa, when we talked, she said, can you share some of the challenges that your event faces? And I know a lot of sites will go, hey, let's do an event. And I support you doing that. I don't want you to feel that I'm trying to talk you out of doing events. But I thought I'd tell you some of the things that are on the horizon, that no matter if you have a teeny weeny weeny little event, or you've got a monster with over 40,000 people on 30 acres at the Feast of the Hunter's Moon, these issues can still apply to you. Now, I'll be here all day, and I can share with you how we've tried to solve some of these issues, how we handled it, what we learned, and perhaps you can share some of your ideas and experiences with me. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly since we don't have enough time, very much time. But remember, we're a private nonprofit. The feast provides 68% of our annual operating income. That's a lot, you know. So what happened with COVID? Something happened in 2020 that I never believed I'd see. The feast had to be canceled. And I agree with it, that it was. I fully supported that because of COVID. So we immediately went into save mode for all of our sites, for the feast. We're blessed with a great board of directors, great staff, great volunteers. And I'm happy to say we pulled through until the 2021 feast. But that was very scary because not only if we'd gone down, not only would we have, but the tens of thousands and millions of dollars of community mates. Can you see the responsibility that's resting on our shoulders? Also, we don't own the feast site. TCHA owns the Wiatnan Preserve. That's great, but do you want to have an event with 40,000, well, actually 80,000 plus feet tromping over an archaeological grounds? Of course not. The Tippecanoe County Parks Department owns the block house is, and you'll probably see that tomorrow, where they thought Wiatnan was. But we've been fortunate. We've had a really good relationship with the County Parks Department. So we work with them. Cost of fuel. I have no idea how that's going to impact our participants and our visitors. That worries me greatly. Wi-Fi. Fort Deschart mentioned that. That's a rural county park with hardly diddly squat out there. You know, it's sort of pit toilets. So there's no Wi-Fi or very little. You get all 40,000 people out there and they're all on their phones. Whoops. So that is a major challenge that we're working on. I don't know how many of you are familiar with firearms laws. Now, muzzleloaders, that sort of thing, are pre-1900s. So for the most part, they're exempt from stuff in terms of laws. But let me tell you, community perception, this sort of thing is a very serious challenge right now. Now, the feast is wonderful in that it educates people about these. So we get virtually no complaints, but I'm sure it's coming. Here's one of the very biggest, and I think it could bring, quite frankly, I think it could bring living history down. Insurance. One of the biggest historical reenactors insurance companies just announced a couple weeks ago that even though they just sent out their renewal, their insurance company went, wait a minute, if you have black powder, we can't insure you. Whoops. So they canceled the insurance, and the people that run this looked everywhere. They could find no insurance company willing to insure. Like, I'm going to pick on Mike Tharp, who's a living history reenactor, very responsible reenactor with his firearms. But if he wants to get insurance personally to go to events, we've got a serious problem here. Okay. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I'm just telling you that as a community, we need to work together on this. Food supply chain. You know, you're trying to feed 40,000 plus people like during COVID. Do you know how hard that is? It was a day by day by day. People don't call it the Feast of the Hunter's Moon. Oh, heck no. And I'd love to tell you that everybody comes there because of the French history. A lot of people just come there to eat the period food. And that's okay. That's okay. So we had serious supply chain issues, and we did our best. And we fed everybody there, I'm happy to say, barely, but we did. Costs. I cannot even imagine how much the food ingredients are going to go. We work with nonprofits to do all the food booths. The nonprofits, we split expenses 50-50 with them, and income 50-50. So can you imagine how the prices that are rising so high are going to affect the price of food at the feast? We'll deal with it. The feast has dealt with everything that's come its way, but it's a potential challenge. Here is, I'm not going to call it a challenge, I'm going to call it a responsibility that all of us have with our sites, universities, all this. Who exactly are the legitimate storytellers for this history? Who is legitimate? We have an application process with the Feast of the Hunter's Moon, where people send pictures, they tell us what they want to do. We do not ask race on that application. So quite frankly, it can be difficult to get a handle on, who's who. For our program performers, for the most part, we work with federally or state recognized tribes. There is one example where we did not. This was in our wigwam village. These are people who claim Wiyah ancestry, and they may indeed have some. But in talking about it, we wanted to be sure that the story of the Miami and the Wiyah were told directly by people who could prove their ancestry. So we have been in conversations. Diane Hunter has been very kind to us, working on advising us, trying to figure out a way that the Miami can potentially get involved. We know that their story might be kind of different than what we were taught in school. That doesn't make it certainly any less legitimate. It's their cultural community's stories from that time period, just like the French, just like the English. So right now, I think that is and again, I'm not going to say a problem or a difficulty. It is a responsibility that we attempt to work with cultural communities to tell stories at these events. And the feast is growing, we're learning, we're getting outside, consultation. Again, I want to thank the Miami for even entering into the conversation with us. Because if you think about it, aspects of that history were not necessarily pleasant. I sat on the Juneteenth committee here last year, it was primarily African Americans. We started talking about the feast. I was amazed at some of their perceptions. Now we can document an African American at Wiatnan. We think we have pretty solid documentation on that. And then we had a Hispanic church group wanting to sell tamales at the feast. And I thought, I don't think so, but let me talk to them, see what I can find out. Well, hey, the Chickasaw, they called them tamales. And we did a little research, and so we have to be open-minded. We have to listen. That's very important. And we have to continually improve and address these challenges. Again, I don't have all the answers. I do coordinate several very large events, but I can pretty much guarantee you the issues that we've had are issues that some of you are going to have, even on bigger, smaller scales. So feel free to reach out to me today. I will be here all evening. We're honored to be your host. TCHA is, by the way. Please know that you're welcome at any time. I really want to thank Lisa. She's been fabulous to work with. Colby, thank you. And we thank you all for coming.
So as Leslie mentioned, we're not going to be able to give you all the answers today, but a huge part of what the FHC is about making connections. Leslie has a wealth of knowledge when it comes to living history and living history events and all of the different aspects and pitfalls and things. And so use her as a resource if you want to, if you need to reach out. And I know we gotta make some time up, don't we? You sure? Okay.
So big takeaway from that is that unless you are blessed with federal or state funding, annual funding, you need to find a way to make your operation viable and sustainable. And that's not an easy answer. There's a variety of ways that it's happened. But most of these sites and events have some sort of a festival that helps to monetize history. And one of the favorite analogies that I have for the feast is, yeah, it's a fundraiser. However, first and foremost, it is our premier educational event. It is a living history event. And my favorite analogy is that we smuggle the pill of knowledge into the sandwiches we sell. And it's true. It's true. People come, they learn, they don't even realize they're learning. And that is the beauty of it. It is entertainment. It is education through entertainment, pure and simple. So we're a little behind time, but I'm going to talk a little bit about one of kind of the first aspects of doing something, which is preserving the place, the site, the building, whatever it is that you're trying to do. People in the 40, I've got not quite as many years as Leslie has. I think I'm going to be in my 43rd, 44th feast. And yes, I was this tall when I did my first. People want to be where the history happened. It's like when you go to a museum, you want to see the real things. You don't want to see replicas of them. You want to see the real thing, and you want to be where the history happened, whether it be a battlefield where you're standing. And there is, without getting too weird about it, there is something about that. There is something about being where that history happened that is somewhat undescribable. If anybody's ever stood out on some of the big Civil War battlefields, you can almost feel the history. In fact, not almost, you can. So place is important, not only for as an interface with the public, but also for what was discussed before. One of the things that makes Wiatnan very special and unique is that places that were good to live in 1717 were also good to live in 1817 and 1917 and then 2017. And most of these early colonial sites are largely gone, or at least heavily impacted by 19th and 20th century urban development, because many of these places, towns and cities, grew up on top of. Of the 3 French ports that were built in Indiana, Wiatnan is the only one that is largely archaeologically intact. River erosion or urban development has largely erased many of these sites. There's only a handful of them that are archaeologically intact. The efforts to find Wiatnan and preserve it has been over a 50-year process. In fact, it even kind of originally started in the late 19th century when people first started becoming interested in the history, in the French history, and that they had seen some scant documents and references that there was an old French fort somewhere on the Wabash near where Lafayette was. People looked for it. People used the general clues as to its location in an effort to find it. They thought they knew where it was. They were wrong. In 1968, the real site of the fort was located. And in 68 and 69, Indiana University conducted archaeological investigations and confirmed it. In 1973 through 74 through 79, Michigan State University conducted annual field seasons at Wiatnan. In between those two, there were some other field work done. Despite all of that archaeology, Less than 15% of the area inside the stockade has actually been excavated and explored. And less than 1/1,000,000th of 1% of the area outside the stockade has been explored. In 1973, some local benefactors created a committee and put together the money to buy 20 acres, which included the actual stockaded portion of Fort Wiatnon, of which there's no physical trace left above ground. And at that point, they thought, well, we've preserved what we needed to. In the 1980s, subsequent archaeological surveys, some of which Rob and I did a lot of, located dozens of other sites related to Wiatnon, to both the European and the Native American presence at Wiatnon in the areas surrounding the property. In 2013, I was serving as president of the board of TCHA, and an opportunity began to kind of coalesce in order to create something that we had wanted to do for decades and to preserve these additional archaeological sites that are very important too, because the focus had always been on the French fort and the archaeology there. The Native American villages that were there are equally as important. And from a scientific standpoint, Wiatnon offers a wonderful opportunity to study the process of acculturation, because you have French and European people living next to Native people. And one of the central topics of anthropology is understanding what culture is, what are the processes of acculturation when different cultures come together, and what things are universally human versus the things that make us different. And so from a scientific opportunity, Wiatnon offers an incredible opportunity to do that. In 2013 through 2016, and I'm going to go through this quickly, but we partnered we partnered with the Archaeological Conservancy, which is a nationwide archaeological preservation organization that was founded in the 1980s, was based after the concept of the Nature Conservancy. They now own over 500 archaeological sites throughout the United States, and they are the subject matter experts when it comes to long-term archaeological preservation. Reached out to them, they were interested. At the same time, we happened to across another organization called the Roy Whistler Foundation. That was a private foundation, a Purdue professor who had put together his own foundation to support the restoration and protection of natural lands in and around Tippecanoe County. What we soon realized is that our goals in terms of the protection of the archaeological resources was in complete lockstep with environmental preservation and environmental restoration. If we were able to acquire these lands, take them out of agriculture, restore it in a native lowland prairie, it would protect the archaeological resources from erosion, from mechanical damage, from collecting, things like that. So the lesson there is keep an open mind about bringing in additional stakeholders that might not be completely dedicated to history or historic preservation or archaeology. So what we did is it was serendipity, because right at that time, Indiana was preparing to celebrate its 200th anniversary of statehood. And the governor had put together a program called the IBNT, the Indiana Bicentennial Nature Trust, as a birthday present to the state. Most states have some type of a fund like this that is permanent. Indiana also has one that was smaller. It's now called the Harrison Trust, but at the time I believe it was called the Indiana Heritage Trust. Is that correct? Yeah. But the IBNT was a one-time deal. They put together a large pot of money, maybe 6 million, something in that neighborhood. And it was a one-to-one matching grant. You raise $1, we'll give you $1. And it was for the purpose of acquiring lands that were special somehow to Indiana, either because of their environmental or natural significance, or historic significance, archaeological significance, or cultural significance. In the course of 3 years, we raised a total of about $1.4 million. The Wiatnon Preserve now encompasses 230 acres. It has over 20 archaeological sites, including Fort Wiatnon and what we believe are probably the Kickapoo and Mascoutin village sites. And in 2018, the preserve and its partners were awarded the Indiana Department of Natural Resources Indiana Archaeology Award for their efforts. We were feeling pretty good about things. And then, over the course of a couple of years, culminating at the beginning of last year, we were designated by the National Park Service and the Secretary of the Interior National Historic Landmark status. Now, Wiatnon had been on the National Register of Historic Places since it was purchased by TCHA in 1973. But there's a huge difference between those. They may sound the same, big difference. There are thousands upon thousands of sites in the National Register of Historic Places. And I encourage you, if your site or in the areas you're interested are not on there, as Amy said, pursue that. Approximately 2% of the sites that are on the National Register are deemed eligible as a National Historic Landmark. And the National Historic Landmark is the highest level of designation the federal government gives to a historic site. It is reserved. You have to meet 2 criteria. You have to be of national significance, and you have to have what they call exceptional integrity. As a structure, that means originalness. In the terms of an archaeological district, it's because the archaeology is intact. So combination of those 2 things gave us National Historic Landmark status. And that has gone, we have gone from regional attention, local attention, state attention, national attention. And then a few months after that, I got a phone call one day that the ambassador of France to the United States was going to come to Indiana for 2 days and wanted to come see Wiatnon. So, as you can imagine, we were deeply honored. And now Wiatnon has received international status. Shortly at about the same time, we got invited to get involved with the French Heritage Corridor. And it's a mission that we have that we've seized upon. But I'm gonna shut up. But yeah, I've known Joe for a long time too. You know, the message is keep trying. These things don't happen quickly. It's a long road. And pull in as many people as you can. Just like the French Heritage Corridor and the native analogy of the bundle of arrows. I mean, all of us out here are single arrows. We can snap, we can go away, but together we're strong. So our next, and feel free, any of you that want to contact me and talk more about strategies and the exact process of going about, you know, preserving places and sites, I'm more than happy to talk to you. Oh, another person that I've known for many, many years is the president of Visit Lafayette, West Lafayette, Joe Wade. And she's going to share with you some insight on things that, at least I know from my standpoint, I don't have a tremendous amount of knowledge on, and I'm thinking that it might be kind of similar for a lot of you, is that we talked about the sustainability and the economic end of things. She's going to share with you a little bit of how that all works. We have to, in addition to the historic and the cultural value we bring to our communities, we have to bring some type of economic value. And so she's going to talk a little bit about that for us. So please welcome.
Greetings to all of you. As Colby says, I am with our organization is Visit Lafayette, West Lafayette. And we use tourism in this area, like many other people do for economic development. And tourism is a partnership. Like Leslie had said, it's relationships. It's all of those things. No one travels, spends money, or does anything in a vacuum. And so I hope all of you are working with your counterpart to me, your Visit Lafayette, West Lafayette, which since we changed, we used to be called Convention and Visitors Bureaus. So they called us CVBs for years, and now we're calling ourselves Destination Marketing Organizations, so DMOs. So if I say DMO, I'm meaning my type of organization around and about. I really hope you're working with them, but I also will tell you that not every DMO works like we do. And some smaller communities don't have a visitor office, a DMO, but there's all kinds of other opportunities for you. DMOs are getting smarter as we go along in the years. We have learned that it all starts with a visit, that anything in your community starts with somebody coming in to visit it, whether that is workforce development, people looking at your community for a job, whether it is a big corporation building a plant in your area or anything, it starts with a visit. So there are lots of other people in your community and in your state that you can partner with that will help you do the same things that we will help you do. They won't be as good as we are, but you know what? We will. There's all kinds of support that you can get. We are always used to look at only visitors, but part of that smartness is coming to know that that the local people are absolutely as important as the visitors. I mean, there's only I think, well, most of visit offices have a small enough staff that we're using all of you as our salespeople and our spokespeople. I mean, if you go to another town and ask them about the community, you're not usually going to run into the visitors center to ask detailed questions. It's like, where do I go to eat? It might be at the gas station. It might be anywhere else. So it's us getting the whole community educated on what a wonderful place we have and places to send people. So you really need to work with locals, with your volunteers, with any group trying to bring in workforce, because they will be excited about what French heritage is in your community. Passionate people generate more people to come to the community. They're excited about the community and excited about telling people. I mean, even though I clap to get Colby off the stage, he's passionate about Wiatnon Preserve, and it is Leslie's passionate about the feast. 20 tourism, I don't know much at all about detail about French heritage in our area, but I know a lot about promotion. I know how to help you guys do what you do well. We know all kinds of things to tell you about what social media you should be on or off, or how often you should be sending things to people to generate more traffic. And most of us will, DMOs, have economic impact studies that we have done on the community. We have event calculators that we can give you an idea of what your event or what your attraction does for the community, and certainly will help you in telling the community that you are a major asset to the community and help bring dollars to the area. So we're there as a partner for you. I back on that not everybody has a DMO. You can find that like in a Terre Haute, Indiana, their DMO does nothing but sports promotion. So one of the art museums in that community has taken on the role of being the leisure promotion person and pulling together all the partners, all the groups to get together and help to promote together. And don't think just about other attractions or and don't think just about your county line. Visitors don't see county lines. So we promote outside of our county all the time. We have a Delphi, Carroll County area that has some great attractions in the area, and they don't have a lot of hotels at all. I mean, they don't have any hotels, but they have, they're working on a few bed and breakfasts, and they may have a hotel or something small coming in. But I mean, we'd still work with them if they get a hotel, but they're going to come to Lafayette. It's close, and visitors do not see county lines. In fact, I always worry about our state promoting or telling when tornadoes are coming through by the county, because I can go in a room and ask, especially visitors, but I can ask locals, do you know what county you're in? Or do you know where, do you know that Carroll County is right next to us? And people don't know their counties as well. They know the highways, they know how they're getting places, but they don't know those details. So look for other organizations or create a partnership of people to pull together to help you do. Oh, and I started to say, don't think just about attractions. I mean, people are always going to eat. And I mean, Taze is just has been awesome partner here, but yeah. But there could be, you know, a 1,000 other partnerships in a community on food or and ways they can help you promote your event or your French heritage activity in any way, shape, or I mean, like, come up with a drink at a bar. See if a bar will do a drink named after your attraction, event, something, and then they may tag it with, you know, a specialty, but there's no reason they shouldn't be putting this French Heritage Corridor link on their menus or a QR code going to these attractions, because they have a drink on the menu, or let a brewery come up with or talk to them about being willing to come up with a beer that tags into your event. And then they're going to want to talk about that in the menu, why that is good or to their local heritage, why it ties into their local heritage. But there's a lot of other ways that you can partner with everybody in the community, and all kinds of different ways. We have a Subaru of Indiana Automotive is here. They kind of during COVID suspended some of their tours, but we had a woman that her husband was a big Subaru fan, and she so got a weekend for her husband. She's in New Jersey, and she paid for a weekend for her husband to come do a tour of the Subaru plant that takes like an hour. So then she was desperately looking for all kinds of other things that tied in. So she went to a farm to table dinner at our farm at Prophetstown, and and was getting our walking trails and tying into a bunch of the trails and niche markets that we have in the area, because there's not lots of things to tie into Subaru in this area. But yeah, you never know where a visitor is going to come from. So I think that's it. I have to say, happy to answer any questions anybody has, but I'll be here for a while too. I'll work on your drinks if you want me to taste test or sounds too sweet for me. I'd go without the sweetness anyway. Okay, thank you all.
That was good food and drink for thought. Thank you, Joe. Well, unfortunately, our next speaker, Martin Dion, who is from the Delegation du Québec, is not feeling well, and we wish him all the best. We really miss him, and we do appreciate that he has been extremely supportive of the French Heritage Corridor Initiative. He is a regular attendee at our advisory panel meetings, and he's always the first to volunteer to come and share what he can in terms of help from Quebec province and working with our organization throughout the Midwest. So instead of Martin talking with us about how we can move beyond borders, kind of like what Joe alluded to, we have to think beyond these borders and not allow those borders to define us, whether it's a state border, a county border, or even an international border. We have a direct relationship with our friends up north in Canada, as well as in France. And in many ways, when we talk about the French Heritage Corridor, we're probably tempted to concentrate on that colonial period, that early period when the French voyageurs and everyone was first exploring and settling in this area. But there's a tremendous amount of French heritage that comes directly from Canada, even in those early voyageur years, but certainly well into the 19th century and beyond. Today, you may recall that Seal Miller Boucher from Iowa shared with you that the Icarian villagers came in the mid-19th century. So one of the things we also want to be cognizant of is that this corridor initiative is very much concentrating on, from the inception in the early part of the 17th century, but all the way to the present. We have a rich, rich history of French culture and heritage, and that includes certainly French Canadian culture and heritage. So what I'd like to do is invite the guy who really has been running with the baton for decades. And that's why he looks so amazing. He's in phenomenal shape because he's been running with this baton, ready to pass it off to somebody who wants to run with him. I think it was hard for him to find somebody who could keep up. And frankly, this guy doesn't slow down. He is an inspiration and a wonderful resource of information and clarity for our leadership team. Charles Bellasy is somebody who I know all of us will enjoy hearing from and who knows Martin Dion quite well, but certainly is somebody who I am honored to introduce and to work with. And I'm going to hope that I do justice to Charles in taking that handoff for that baton. And we'll keep running with it and keep trying to go as long and as hard as Charles has. So let me turn it over to him.
A couple of hours ago, I didn't know I was going to give the concluding remarks. And I know in your face, you say, finally. First of all, an old trick from academia, you take your watch off and you put it in front of you so you know the time you're spending does not go too far. And I have attended countless colloquia. And most of them take 2 to 3 years to be organized. I was president of the French Colonial Historical Society of North America for 5 years, and I organized 3, one in Mackinac, one in Newberry Library, and one in Saint Genevieve in the good old days when things were complicated and simple at the same time. So I know it takes time. And to my great surprise and to my to my astonishment, Lisa managed to organize with the help of Colby here and many others, but the whole thing really was on her shoulders, this meeting in a matter of a year. Now, everybody knows behind a great woman, there's always a man, sometime. Somewhere, always, he's always there, and Glenn is always there. I'll recognize him as well. So this was quite remarkable. This was, tomorrow we have a field trip, but for all purposes, it's the ending, the conclusion of our day meeting. And this was really a remarkable meeting. First of all, I must salute the fact that everybody respected the 15 or 20 minutes limit. Now, I've been to colloquia where literally you had to get up and grab Professor so-and-so and say, thank you, sir, wonderful. And I'm not finished, you are. And of course, we always have that little note you put under his nose, 2 minutes. So remarkable, this is absolutely remarkable. So just extraordinary. Also, I must say something else, and it's gone now. I was amazed that the French Consul General came. Now, I've been in this country long enough, and I lived in Chicago, in the area long enough to I known probably 10, 15, maybe 20 consul generals. So I know all of them. Some were terrific, some were awful. But so from time to time, when you come across somebody who comes all the way to attend a meeting that probably knew a little bit about, perhaps thanks to my good friend Sylvette Nicolini, with whom I shared for many years the election representing the French expatriate, maybe he was convinced, but I was also impressed by that. So it's good signs. These are very good signs. So back a year ago, in Prairie du Rocher, one of the things when I talked at one time and I said, Prairie du Rocher is a successful, wonderful, but I said at the time, but we have to plan the next step. Nothing is granted. I was not aware. I didn't know at the time. I don't think Lisa was neither, anybody else, that the next step was going to be as good, as great as it is today. What we have done in 1 year is absolutely remarkable. That the fact of so many of you sort of trusted our idea, our vision, I would say a dream, I said a vision of having together all those up and down the waterways which made the French colonial empire of North America a reality, all those communities which were born out of this coalescing of the Native Americans and the French, because remember, the French survived only because they were totally allied with the Native Americans. They would not have it otherwise. For many cultural reasons, you can go back to my book or any other book, you cannot find them. But all the communities today which have inherited this past must not only use with the hope of transferring to the next generation, but to their own benefit, because she's so rough. So to their own benefit, because in order to survive, culture needs economic support. Okay, this is a must. This is why what we're talking about, the Visitors Bureau anywhere, is extremely important. So people don't go, they don't come to Lafayette or Saint-Geneviève or Cahokia or Prairie du Rocher or Peoria to go to the local Walmart, okay? They have to have a reason. It's something which good and good for the whole family. So this is very important. So we have to look forward now, okay? We have to see where we're going, what is the next step. As the next step, if it's going to be the continuation of that vision, is it going to be again a success, depends on all of you, including the people who left already, they should not have, okay? But that's okay. All right, it depends on all of us in order to do that, we must have a clear vision. This is going to be very important to determine what we want to do, what has been achieved, and the website is an formula, but the small things like a Wi-Fi in Prairie du Rocher, these are victories, and that to be transformed on something positive. Now we deal in history, archaeology, anthropology, all this is related. You know, there's no really strong borders between specialty. Everything is related. And there's a tendency, as you know, to rewrite history, to try to see the people action in the past in the circumstances of today. This is absolutely horse manure. Is that polite enough? Okay. People in the past behave in a surrounding which was there, and they reacted usually to survive and to see another day. So when we talk, we look at the French and the Native Americans and the violence and the Black Americans, all these have to be seen within a culture, and let us not pass any judgment, okay? Because if you want to pass a judgment on activities of enemy, even today we'll have a hard time surviving ourselves. So my concluding remark, I said, we have done phenomenally well as an organization. This initiative, which I appreciate Tandy saying that, which, you know, I found a paper I wrote in 1993 about the whole thing. And I said, I mean, this is crazy. But the fact the craziness eventually worked is extremely pleasing. And, you know, I mean, you know, like a father with the children, and one time the children have to be away from the father, is have to be on their own wings. So go on your own wings. You know, I'm more or less out of it, but I'm so happy that we have a success. Let's continue, let's plan. Right from now, let's think about what is going to be the next year, what tangible we can do, and however, while keeping a vision. And the vision can be bigger and greater than immediate tangible steps, but it's absolutely necessary as well as the small steps. So thank you again. Merci encore pour être ici. Je vais terminer un peu en français après tout. Hein? Entendu. Merci bien. OK. All yours.
As usual, Charles is perfect. He's inspiring. He's inspiring. He livens things up, and he gives the perfect segue, because at this point we have some time to do what Charles has asked of us to do. Before we conclude today, let's think about what is our long-term vision? What kinds of ideas can we brainstorm together? Where do we want to go next? How do we see this taking shape for the next year? So Colby will once again man the whiteboard, and we would like to hear both from our participants who are virtual as well as from all of you here today. Let's get some feedback. I've taken quite a few notes from our presenters today. I've got some ideas of my own, but I see that Michael, our Michigan ambassador, has the microphone. Let's hear from you.
Yes. Will you also entertain a question or a question as well?
Of course.
Joe Wade, may I? I'm always streaming the TV, and I saw an ad for Lafayette activities on TV, and I thought it was very effective. I don't know if from your organization. It was promoting not only local venues, but also restaurants and the like. Is this something that your office puts on? Do you have a budget?
We've done some of them. We have other
Okay.
people doing them as well too. We have a Greater Lafayette Marketing Coalition doing some. If it was really good, we did it.
Okay. So. Yeah. So do you have a budget for that? And do you find it to be effective advertising?
We have found that social media has done a tad bit better for us and easier for us to really measure engagement. But I think you have to go out of the box a little time. You go back and try TV. We have some people that are doing really, really well with radio. And I think I think you don't ever mark anything off. Maybe we've marked newspapers off the list as far as that. I mean, it disappoints me. But some digital things with newspaper or whatever can work. But I think that some people are having great success with television commercials and that sort of stuff. Video is so hot right now, and video and quick short video is really hot. So it's worth a shot. We have budget for it, and we do some grants, but our grants are all for out of the market, out of this market. And we haven't been doing as much grants ourselves because we're getting our budget back in line.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that. We're often surprised at where visitors come from. We do survey our visitors, and we put like $100 banner on Main Street. We found that 10% of the visitors came to the event because they saw the banner.
Yeah. You know what? Research is really, really important. Make sure you're researching and not just going with your gut. Figure out where people are finding things.
Thank you for that. We have Mark Wilson virtually from Prairie du Rocher. Mark, would you like to ask your question? Or
Yeah.
make a comment?
Yeah, actually, kind of, it's more comments.
Okay.
So there was a gentleman early on that was asking about some books that Percy Clare wrote. And during our lunch, I actually called the great-great-grandson of Percy Clare and found out that there were 2 books that he did write, but they were never published. And the copies are at the Prairie du Rocher Library. And if you guys would like, I can try and make some copies of those and email them if you want them. The first book was called, and I'm probably going to butcher this, La Chancière des Prairies du Rocher. And I believe that might mean the songwriter of Prairie du Rocher. And the second book was called Echoes of Old Prairie du Rocher. And so anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. So he was right. There was a couple books written, but they're not published nationally, so you can't buy them anywhere.
Okay.
But if there's interest, just provide me with some emails. I can send them to whoever. So the other thing was, and I can't think of the person that was talking about the Indiana stuff. I was multitasking on another conference call, but one of the things she was talking about was broadband, the Wi-Fi. And, you know, you guys were invaluable when you came down to Prairie du Rocher, and, you know, we had the discussion. And again, I'm bad with names, but some people approached me during our lunch and they said, you know, one of the things that was disappointing was when they came down, the first thing they tried to do was call back home to let them know they were all right and everything was fine and they couldn't get out. And what was ironic is we had a ISP that came to that meeting. He was the vice president, and we had a conversation out at Fort Deschart about, you know, getting all this done. And it's, you know, it's now seeing its fruition. You know, we're hoping that the Wi-Fi network will be done by the time the rendezvous starts in June. And we do have some challenges within our village because some power poles have to be upgraded, but we are still shooting to have our Wi-Fi mesh in place in the village by July 9th and 10th, but should happen by the end of this year. But the thing that I wanted to let everybody know was the U.S. Department of Agriculture appropriated over $1 billion for the expansion of rural broadband. And this covered 32 states. And, you know, it's through grant programs. So I would encourage you to, you know, hit up your legislatures and find out if there's grant opportunities for broadband expansion, because some of the subsidies is helping us. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
And Mark, we greatly appreciate that. And we found even in our leadership team meetings, I recall one time that Colby shared with the group some opportunities through the Humanities Council. There were some grant opportunities. And I know Jim Paul in Illinois was made aware that way, and they were able to, you know, look into that and tap into that. So again, this is a kind of network that the sharing of problems and needs and sometimes solutions, information with one another is exactly how we help one another. And it's a great start. You know, in a lot of ways, we are facing new challenges that oftentimes are just a situation of our infrastructure is just not adequate for our needs today. And again, beginning to address that is certainly a huge part of sustainability. And we may have to get creative on our ways to find solutions for this. And so having these dialogues, it's very important. I see Jim has the microphone, so let's turn it over to Jim Paul and hear from him.
Thank you, Lisa. I just wanted to pick up on what Joe and Michael had started talking about. I think another thing that we can do as a French Heritage Quarter is to work on these tours. We all have in mind little mini tours for our area, and you've taken your family and friends on these little mini tours. I know Charles and I did that for Lisa and Glenn when they came. We took them to the Letourneau Home Museum and the Durham Perry Farmstead, and we took them to the Frank Lloyd Wright House and various other places. We have these little stops on a tour that people should see, and we could take those little mini tours that we already have developed, more or less, and we could send them and funnel them into another platform on this, the quarter platform. And we could suggest to people, families, that want to do something for a few days or maybe for a week. Well, why don't you start here in Indiana or Illinois or Iowa or whatever spot? We could have a variety of tours. Charles and I offered the Midwest French Colonial History Tour in 2015. We started in Bourbon. We went to Fort St. Louis at Starved Rock, and then we went down to Cahokia. I'd never been there before. We went to St. Genevieve. I'd never been there before. Oh my gosh, it was such a, we went to Cahokia Courthouse. We went to the home that Lafayette danced in, the ballroom. I forgot the name of that. Fort Deschart. Oh, Fort Deschart. Prairie de Rocher. So, I mean, that's a rather big tour for a week or 10 days, but we have these little mini tours that we've already actually worked out, but we haven't really publicized them in a print form or in a platform form. We could funnel them into this platform and maybe eventually work the details out so people could say, oh, that would be a nice opportunity. We're going to travel up to Minnesota. Look what's up there. We can go from this spot to that spot, and all this we're going to learn. So anyway, I just had that thought.
Add something to that, even though I'm not a member here. Yeah. I enjoy YouTube. I find many little tours that you can follow, or bigger tours. People go on tours for food, anything. This could really be a possibility. They're all amateurs that do this. And they're followed by an amateur with a camera, and YouTube will do them. You know, you don't have to pay for it. And if it's advertised a little bit on YouTube, you will get people looking at it and enjoying it. I mean, you can learn any sport on YouTube. You can talk about food, other culture. There are a lot of programs about Christmas traditions.
It's a great point, Val. And, you know, I think the launching with our webpage today will be that impetus where now it's out there. You know, we're not just talking about it and trying to explain to people. You know, we have things in place now that people can really refer to. We have an identity. We have a presence. And now people who are stakeholders and organizations can link back to it. And that's where this starts really getting legs. This will start traveling. And like you point out, people who have outside interests that may or may not perfectly align with French heritage may find alignment where exactly, you know, it's as simple as the local bar.
Lisa, your audio is quiet for the online folks right now.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Rips or whatever you're called. How's this? Is this an improvement?
Sure is.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ben. That this is the sort of thing that they can start small. It can be an outside person who says, yeah, I give tours, or I would like to do this educational, you know, exploration, these sorts of things. That's how it starts catching. I see Seal in the back with her.
I'm just so, because I'm in the travel business. I'm a travel writer. And so this is so exciting to hear all of these different ideas, because these small tours could be linked to the local tourism sites. So back and forth with that. Also, perhaps we could get an intern from France to kind of partner up with the intern from the US who are really good in social media. So they could do like little tours going through the different areas and post them on TikTok, on Instagram. We need an Instagram page.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of
So
people
this
have
is a
brought
really
up
exciting development that we could do, building on what you said. Right?
Heritage Society has social media, so we can once again use that platform. And you bring up another good point, and that's, internships. There's through French Heritage Society, Tandy mentioned how just with this corridor initiative, we have created a whole new internship. We have an exchange program between France and the United States at the university and beyond levels. And just through this initiative, we've created a new one. We're not going to stop at one. The idea, though, is that, yes, the hope would be to probably get some help. We need to find somebody who's social media savvy, who could learn about what we're doing, and that it would be a good fit. That would certainly be probably something that we should put in the mix for the year to come.
Right? Perhaps even a journalism student.
Perhaps
Someone
I think, Colby, if you haven't already written that down, I think that those may be good avenues. And it's true that there's opportunities now that we've laid the groundwork, and we will continue to add and refine, but now there's opportunities on our webpage to highlight certain things. Like, for instance, if next year where we happen to be in Minnesota, then certainly we should be highlighting aspects, not just highlighting in person as we talk, but highlighting in this manner various things that are special and happening in that area. So, well, I mean, hey, let's keep that in mind. I'd like to go to the land of 10,000 lakes. But yes, I think this is the sort of thing where we want to hear from you. Let's hear some brainstorms. And I see her.
Okay, so you are asking about, things that possibly in a direction that you could be going.
Yeah.
And I heard numerous times today, someone speaking about education. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but the reason that I'm here is that as a child, I was taught history. My mother was a teacher. She instilled a love for architecture and for history and everything else. And I know yourself too, and so I think that for longevity, first of all, we need to be looking at our education. And I know that, for instance, in our area, we have Percy Clare, who my mother, being an educator from a different county, used to have him come and teach her students. I know that he has a program in our local Prairie du Rocher school. I also know that Les Amis has kids' days, who they have, numerous different schools that bring in bus in a day. I reached out to Jennifer because I said, I think to do an education initiative. And she said where they are lacking is they need someone to help them make a lesson plan that they can, so that they can disseminate that out to all the different schools and the different teachers. And that kind of got me rolling, is that just like what you've done on your website with the different locations or the different tours or whatever, do something with the education where every single have an ambassador of education, and they do their lesson plan for, say, maybe their area or their, fort or whatever, but that other teachers can then reach out and grab that template and use that as a lesson plan when, when they're working. And so that was just my idea.
No, I think that you're right on, Connie, with your observations. Over lunch, Julie Foyer and I had a conversation about those kinds of ideas. And I think one of the big takeaways that we're going to be discussing going forward with the leadership team is strategizing about education. It's not one of those things where you say, yeah, we just need to do that. I mean, there needs to be careful thought and planning about what would be the right kinds of paths to take, what kinds of groups, people, organizations would make sense to pursue and try to partner with. And these are the kinds of things that among us, if we have expertise, if we have, which I know we do, we have, anything from professors at the university level, we have interpreters, we have all kinds of educators among us, let alone connections that we might have outside of here. And these are the kinds of deep thinking that doesn't have to happen in the next 10 minutes, but I want to leave you with that, because these are the kinds of brainstorms and plans that we do need to have. And it would be extremely helpful to hear from you. We are here. I'm available. My information is up on the site. The 7 state ambassadors are up there. We want to have that connection. We want to know what you have to say, your thoughts, your suggestions, and your help. Because if this is going to be a success, then we all have to work together. And this is exactly the kind of thinking that I hope will stick, that something in the realm of education and growing this awareness happens. Tandy.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of comments about what we've been doing down in St. John. Schools are now teaching state history in Missouri at 3rd grade. And those kids are not capable of really comprehending, dealing with things. So they're no longer coming to visit historic sites. Even though the Bolduc House is in their history book, they don't come see it anymore. So that created a tremendous problem for us, both from a volume standpoint and a mission standpoint. How the hell do we get to these kids? So we've changed our focus. Our focus is homeschool kids. What a great time to have started during the pandemic. Every once in a while you hit gold and it's like, wow. So last year we had 3,000 kids come through.
Wow.
We couldn't have done that with school buses. So that for us is how we've changed our focus. And we actually design programs for it. And as I mentioned earlier today, we sold out. We can only handle 20 kids in a class. Because of funding, we only can do 2 classes a day and 2 days a week. And we sold out all the slots before we even announced what we were teaching. So it's a good program and it's very doable. I recommend finding somebody. If you're really lucky, you'll find some homeschool teacher who loves to teach kids and just give them their head and let them go, because that's what we did. The other thing I will say to you is I have been reaching out to the universities because they have French departments. They still teach French. And these kids have no clue that we spoke French. They're like, well, it's a foreign language. Well, yeah, but no. We all spoke it. It's part of our culture. It's part of where many of our words come from. I mean, people don't know that dandelion is a French word. It's dandelion, teeth of the lion. Look at this. Look at the leaf on the next time you look at a dandelion, look at the leaf. And by God, it looks like lion's teeth. So it works. You start sharing this stuff with these people and they start to wake up and realize that we're much more French than they realize. So those are programs. And then of course, the internship, certainly the internship with French Heritage Society. This gal's amazing. She's graduating from L'École du Louvre with a master's. mean, she's going to be awesome. We also do an internship program, and we're working on getting some other internship programs with the other universities. We're working right now with trying to get something going with Webster. We've been doing something with the University of Missouri St. Louis has a museum studies, and we've one of those. We had to cut it for this year because University of Missouri St. Louis, the first year we did it, charged us $1,500 to have a student. They're now charging us $16,000, and we can't afford it. So we had to cut it. So with that, I will be silent and pass the mic to the next person who wishes.
Can
to
I just
speak.
add a couple of things real quick?
Of course.
So to your point, you raised a very important point. Take a look around. Look at what the, no offense to anybody, but look what our average age is here. So the Achilles heel of organizations like a lot of the ones that we're involved in is not developing the next generation of stewards and people. So education, sparking that fire, that interest in at least a couple of people in your community to get involved and be the next generation of stewards for these sites is critical. If that is not done, I mean, I can't tell you, if you look around at the number of organizations in this country that have died, and almost all of them have died off because they didn't spend any time and effort generating the next generation. So yeah, the education component is critical to that. One other thing, just for everybody, the link to the FHC webpage is https://FrenchHeritageSociety.org/FHC/. So
Thank you,
the second
Colby.
thing, last thing, keep in mind, Joe talked about, well, not every community is fortunate to have its own tourism development conference bureau office, but I guarantee you every state does. Every state has a tourism office, and some have more than one, depending on what's going on. Something that we have seen is in efforts to revitalize and restore waterways is there are a lot of regional development organizations that are just focused around stretches of bodies of water, of rivers. So there's a variety of different things out there, but yeah, like I said, even if your community doesn't happen to have one, your state sure does. And I think using this as a way to get into the conversation with them is powerful. So
That's an excellent point, Colby. Not only will the leadership team of French Heritage Corridors Initiative be going back to brainstorm on ways to sustain what we're doing, that's exactly it. We hope that we will become a platform from which each of you as a stakeholder can spring from. You're not alone. You're not a little island trying to, be heard or have somebody discover. You're on the map, guys. This is one big family, one big entity, and you have that as your platform now. And we have to start shifting a little bit about how we're thinking. When talking with Elizabeth last night and hearing about Rendezvous in Detroit, they've got big plans, and there's some exciting history there. Detroit was it since 1701? Yeah, 1701. That's a lot of history. And if people begin to know more about what they're doing, then they will be able to keep growing. We have to be patient. What we've achieved in 1 year's time is nothing short of remarkable, but we're in this for the long haul. This is something that will only grow, and that we have to be strategic, we have to be patient, and we have to do it right. I remember a couple months back, we had a conversation in our leadership team meeting, And we were, in haste. We wanted results, and I do too. But I said something, and I think it's an apt metaphor. I said, when you're building something, the planning stage is so important. You really want to plan things out right, think about it, really get it right before you start building. Once you start building and you want to change something, that's expensive. And sometimes it actually makes your project take longer, cost more and take longer. So for the coming year and going forward from today, let's really kind of settle on some of the big talking points, if you will, which seem to be about education, economic sustainability on the small scale as well as the grand scale. And maybe those are our two big things that we take away today. Yeah, go ahead, Greg. Sure thing. Yeah, awareness. We take that away with us and we give it some deep thought, and we reflect on what was said today, what was shared, what we learned. I'm sure it'll cause all of us to think a little bit differently than when we first walked in here. I know I've learned a lot. I've met some wonderful people. I've expanded my horizons. And believe me, I'm thinking about this stuff all the time. Just ask poor Glenn, who's been an incredible assistant, all behind the scenes, but incredible, my husband. He knows that I've been living and breathing this, and it'll still yield new ideas and new directions. So I hope that what you will all leave with today is that same excitement and hope and belief that together we can plan for some ambitious things for French heritage in the Midwest, and that we can inspire our friends in France and in Quebec to want to work even closer with us, to forge those ties, to not only attract our local staycationers and ambassadors, but also people from near and far, to keep making those discoveries and wanting to put into our curriculums this important part of American history. It isn't really there. And if we want to understand ourselves more fully and be able to contend with the challenges that 21st century American life brings us, knowing that more deeply, having those connections will only help. I'm convinced of it. So I think it's time to start wrapping things up. I just want to first take another moment to say thank you to the Tippecanoe County Historical Association for hosting us. After the conclusion of our conference, I invite all of you who are joining me in person to join us for our reception. There'll be lots of great tasty nibbles and drinks. And want to also say thank you to each and every one of you for joining us. So many of you have come from a great distance and taken time out during the week to be here, to participate, to join this initiative. I also want to say a huge thank you to French Heritage Society, especially to Benjamin Wells. He's also been behind the scenes in New York, but he has always been there to assist our leadership team, to assist me, the Chicago chapter of French Heritage Society. And we could not have done this without him. And I would like to just give him a round of applause. And I also want to thank my leadership team. Without all of you, this would not have gotten off the ground. So when I spoke to everyone individually and told you about what I had in mind, there was no hesitation. Not one person said, let me get back to you. I'm not sure. I don't know, hum and ha. These people dove in like all the way, and their energy is incredible. We have our monthly meetings, and I've never seen anything like it, where we're 2 hours in and I'm thinking, if I made this go another hour, everyone would probably do it. I mean, we have incredible input, energy, ideas, and can-do spirits. So this is a tremendous leadership team that we should all feel very, very fortunate that we have. And I know I am. Lastly, we want to make sure that our stakeholders do, in fact, add this URL to their sites. So don't be surprised if you hear from your state ambassador saying, hey, notice that it's not on there yet. It's not a hard thing to do. And I think you'll be amazed that it will help you. This is an easy thing that we have to all sort of make sure that we're participating that way, and that it will be a good infectious thing that will spread. And so I thank you for that. And I hope that everybody has had a good, meaningful conference today. And if there's any other comments or questions, I don't know if I cut anyone off that had a burning thing that he wanted to add. Okay, so we're nearly at our 4 o'clock time. And so I think it's safe to say that adieu is in order until next year, where I know that we'll have more exciting things to talk about, explore, and to celebrate. So, oh, we have one thing, Elizabeth. Oh.
I just wanted to tell you that you've done a beautiful job. And I think everybody had a wonderful time and learned a lot, made a lot of good connections. And so, merci beaucoup pour vos efforts.
Merci. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, so for all of our Zoomers, I think we'll sign off. And again, thank you so much for all of your support and your participation. Please keep in touch. We really are all in the same family. We help each other. Okay, thank you. Merci. Bisous.